Everyone thinks because you're a zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong. There's only one brew that gets my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly. Use the front door! Oh, they're so disgusting.
Welcome to the Throwdown Thursday New Year's Eve live podcast spectacular. I don't have my.
I got a pillow. I don't blow people's ears out. That would suck.
Yeah, don't do
Happy
that.
New Year.
Happy New Year. Yes, it's New Year somewhere. It's 2021 somewhere. Oh,
That's a true statement.
it is. It is. Over the international date line, over the woods, and to Grandma's house we go. Thank you for checking out what's going on. Oh, we already have our first comment. Happy New Year from here. Unfortunately, I don't know who that is, but you can open the chat up on your phone and find
Oh my
out.
goodness. I got to do all the hard work.
Yeah.
All the heavy lifting.
Yeah, you just look at your phone while I produce the show and get all the graphics.
It's from Tony.
Oh, Tony. Happy New Year, Tony. Happy New Year. I'm glad. Taunt. All right. Well, I'm glad that you're ringing in the new year. Yeah, he said it's Tony right there. Glad you're ringing in the new year. Glad you're joining us this evening. And then we have more. Hi, my favorite podcasters. Happy New Year's, my loves. I mean, that could be anybody.
Hold on. Let's see here. Okay.
It's Jess.
And
Bloody
Parasite
Jess.
Steve and Dr. Matteo is in the hizzy.
Yep, Parasite Steve, Doctor. And then we've got another one, Happy New Thing.
That is also Parasite
That
Steve.
is also Parasite
from the Retro
Steve.
Octopus.
Yes, and we're actually
pals.
we're going to be hearing from Steve and Dr. Matteo a little later on tonight.
It's a true story.
We have some feedback from guests. We're going to be sharing with you several lists that we have this year for.
It's a good year for making lists.
Yes.
Because I mean, really, what else are you gonna do? just all this time on our hands.
You
drink
maybe,
and make lists.
We were talking earlier. We did not plan these outfits. We just happened to look like Disney villains. But
This is what happens. 2020 has turned me into a Disney villain.
I am sophisticated. Wait, can you see? I don't know.
You do. Quit flashing people.
I did not grow a mustache. I should have.
So you can twirl it.
Well, no, the shark on the shirt that's sophisticated with the hat and the monocle also has a mustache. But for those of you who remember us on from Rock and Shock, Jesus Christ, a year
90
ago,
million years ago.
I had a similar outfit. I don't know who was that last one that said weird that it's not showing up our names. Jess again. Jess, thank you so much for hopping on and joining us, as well as Tony and Parasite Steve and Dr. Matteo. We're very excited to have you guys here.
Evil Corny is also watching.
Evil Corny in the house. Hi, Evil Corny. Evil Corny. It's a misgiving
Not Evil
name.
Horny.
It's a misgiving name. He's not actually corn.
He's not made of corn.
It's 100% accurate. You have to be careful because he will huck pumpkin bombs at you. That's his thing.
He's a pumpkin chunkin guy.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen that on
when they use a trebuchet to launch
the weird part of ESPN on the weekend? Sometimes when they
4
don't
in
have
the morning
anything else to show, they show all of these, like, they call it pumpkin chunkin, and like it's so weird, but it's so cool. Like these ginormous pumpkins that they just catapult and see like how far
they use
go.
Catapults and trebuchets.
Like it's kind of weird, but like it's kind of fun.
Would anybody like to know what it is?
Does anybody want a pumpkin chunkin with me?
What it is that we have in our glasses this evening? I will give you a hint. Let's see if anyone can guess. Normally, this would be stored in a pretty cabinet. That's normally where this would be. You don't get that reference? Oh my God, if you don't get that reference, I don't know if anybody else will. She keeps her Moe and Shonda in a pretty cabinet. Let them eat cake, she said, just like Marie Antoinette. Yes, that is right. We are, for the first time, would you like to show off the bottle, Vanna?
I mentioned to my boss, because we like to talk about boozes and other libations, that I had never had actual champagne. So everyone knows I'm a wino. Everyone knows that I like to drink stuffs. But yeah, I told him I obviously have partaken of the Prosecco's and the sparkling wines and stuff, but I've never had actual legit champagne. Now, fun fact, champagne can only be called champagne if it's made in the Champagne region of France. And that is because of a clause in the Treaty of Versailles. It's just the French being the French. So I've never actually had champagne. So he bought me my first bottle of champagne, and we saved it for today, and we just popped it open, and it's expensive, and I like it. Because of course I do.
Which is a dangerous combination. If you have something that's expensive and that you like it.
Oh, Happy New Year, Jenny Rose. She is our friend that we met last year at Scaricon.
She's a delightful human.
Beginning of last summer, yeah.
Yeah, June.
Feels like so long ago at this point. Like, typically a year does feel like a long time ago, like away.
Between
but
365, 366 days.
Yeah, give or take. But like this year just feels like so much more, like so much longer.
Yes. And I think part of it is because we didn't have anything to break up the monotony. We had just over and over and over, just awful stuff happen. And we lost out on all our diversions that we would normally have. Mm-hmm. So we didn't have conventions.
And fun stuff.
We couldn't go to concerts or movie theaters. I mean, people did, but they're dumb. But yeah, I think that's what really made it longer, because there were no diversions, there were no parties, there were no birthday celebrations.
All work and no play makes Ashes something.
Go crazy.
Don't mind if I do.
That was not rehearsed. That was improv right there. That's a bit of free acting for you.
Thank you.
Calculon?
Sure.
So we have, like I said, several lists, and we have some other folks who have also contributed their lists to us as well. We're going to be talking about our top 10 characters, or top 5, but we have honorable mentions. And this is going to be a little different from last year, where, my top 10 movies had 63 entries on it. I still have quite a few, but there were a lot of movies that didn't get released because there was no theater availability.
This is true, but I do have to say this: kudos to people for adapting. I think if this year taught us anything, it's the fact that we are able to just kind of roll with it and evolve and adapt and do things in a way that's not comfortable for us, and things in a way that it kind of think outside the box, and the ingenuity that we've seen throughout this past year. People filming movies.
Uh-oh.
What?
We have a guest.
We have a guest.
We have a guest jumping in, and it's our good buddy 8-second delay. You know him as Skipper Bob from the Cretans Guild, and not the narrator, but the introductor of the Cretans Guild Christmas special. It is our good buddy, Mr. 8-second delay, Bob. Hi. Bob, I love your beard.
Yeah, decided to. This is the honorable. Just got fired, so let's dye some hair.
Well, we're happy to have you here. We're happy to see your Star Wars Clone Trooper helmet there.
Clinky.
What do you got tonight, there, Bob?
This is Orange Blossom Pilsner. It's a honey ale from here in Orlando, and I just
that sounds really good.
Days ago, and it's really good.
Interesting. I would not put those combination of flavors together myself.
Yeah, I kind of dig it. It's pretty good.
All right. Well, that's all that matters. So how are you this fine New Year's Eve at the end of the longest year in human history?
Holy crap, you are not kidding. This felt like the year that would not end. We've been going on since how long ago was March? Like 20 years ago, feels like.
Give or take.
Yeah. Just spin a bottle. We'll get there eventually. This has been probably the worst year in human history. I don't know.
Yeah. And it's up there.
Yeah, it may not be the worst year, but like it's definitely top 5.
I would definitely say it's the.
It's definitely the worst year for all of us who are currently living.
Yes, yeah. We did not live through the Great Depression. We did not live through stuff like that. And the best part about like all these things that are happening is that so many of the choices in our lives are being dictated by people born in the 1940s, prior to World War II. So that's a fun thing that happened. Oh, we got a new.
It's Marcus.
Filmmaker Marcus Slavine. I never know which.
Slavine.
I have to take this off because it's digging into my eyeball.
I was imagining you wouldn't be able to see very well.
No, I can see. It's fine. Like it's it's literally rose tinted glass. Trying to be optimistic about the new year here.
We're trying.
But it's tight and it like suctions into my eyeball. I am also realizing
monocles are tight.
Yeah, monocles are tight. I'm also realizing that I shouldn't have shaved off my entire beard because my
you can see your face.
All my chins are there, and it's just it's the worst. Like I need a longer beard, like what you've got there, Bob.
Well, this is I grew this overnight, so let's.
You woke up.
I know. I was. Well, there is a full moon that explains it.
Yeah. Remember when we had a full moon on Halloween?
That was a couple nights ago.
Yeah, whatever. It's work with me here.
Okay.
It's the result of Jupiter and Saturn like coalescing with each other.
Yes.
Uranus is in retrograde.
Which is normally
so,
the case.
Did you get a chance to put together a list of your top 5 characters from this year?
I had some trouble finding 5 characters, but it's not that I didn't come up with. I don't want to cheat and just like mention all the new characters we were introduced in season 2 of The Mandalorian.
I mean, that's fair. I managed not to do that myself. Taking his head off.
But still, there's some great characters in that show.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. And some of them, I will say, if you had watched Clone Wars, you did not get introduced to some of them this season of The Mandalorian. But I hadn't gotten up to that part in Clone Wars. There is someone from Clone Wars, because I got up to season 2, episode 19, before restarting it with Ash to fill the void of The Mandalorian. But yeah.
Guys, we have to wait a year.
Yeah.
Like a whole year.
But thankfully there's 7 seasons and there's like 30 episodes a season. So
right, but there's not only Clone Wars, but there's also the Rebels as well. So
which is a great series. I loved Rebels.
And
that's what I've heard.
We just watched the Clone Wars movie to kind of ease in.
Yeah, that's where you want to start. It's get into Clone Wars. It's basically the Ahsoka Tano series. It revolves mostly around her, even though it's supposed to be all Star Wars all the time.
Yeah, you get some really cool characters that you get to, and you get to see a little bit more of the power that some of the Jedi actually have. Not as much as the Tartarovsky Clone Wars animated series.
Right.
Like that duel, I showed Ashes this the other day because she hadn't seen it, but the duel between Ventress and Anakin after she wiped out all the clones and he just goes nuts hammering at her with her own lightsaber.
She may be one of my favorite characters from that series. So
I love this backstory behind her. I really hope we get more of her in the future. Both.
Oh, I would love a Ventress series.
Like, what happened to her? Like, what happened afterwards? I want to know.
Do you think we might see her in a future season of The Mandalorian?
Well, one of the spinoffs.
I mean, yeah, that's true. We're getting multiple spinoffs.
You're getting like 612 different shows next year. So, I mean, we should be good. yeah, like she's one of those characters. It's like, oh man, I wish I knew what happened, because there's a lot of stuff that wasn't canon before and is canon now.
Yeah.
One of my favorite things, and again, if you've seen Rebels, is Grand Admiral Thrawn, who I was like, man, they need to, I wish this guy, like, I was hoping that the sequel trilogy that came out, you know, with the Force Awakens and all that, I was hoping beyond hope that it was going to be the Thrawn trilogy, and we were going to see Anakin Solo and watch Chewbacca get crushed by a fucking planet, and that's how he dies. Like, that's the only thing that could kill him. Like, this dude got bitten by a zombie at one point and just went into a rage and burned the virus out and refused to turn into a zombie.
Wow.
That's how awesome Chewbacca
Well,
is.
that's all Legends material. It's not canon any longer.
I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
I don't care. I wanted to see the Yuuzhan Vong invasion. Ooh.
Oh, that would have been nice. Although we did get one Legends character popped up in Mandalorian, the guy who played the Marshal on Tatooine.
Yep, Timothy Olyphant.
Yeah.
Which is cool. Now, there had been some rumors. I think it was in one of the, like, Aftermath. I think it was one of the Aftermath novels that came out that someone had found Boba Fett's armor.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're like, oh, it looks like Mandalorian armor that's all scarred up, like it had been scorched with acid. And it was just kind of like a passing reference, because they were also looking, it was when the Knights of Ren were trying to find Vader's lightsaber. And like, it was just like a passing mention, and it was just like I don't know if folks have seen Cobb Vanth, who said that.
Cobb Vanth, yes, thank you.
Parasite Steve, thank you. Yeah, shit, what did I just say? I lost my train of thought.
Finding Vader's saber by the Knights of Ren.
There was something I was going to say after that, and I don't remember what. That's all right. Yeah, it's gone. It'll come back in like 3 hours. I'll just be like, Jawas. And it won't have anything to do. What does Greg say?
Dumfrey Humblegrain.
That sounds like a Star Wars name. It really does. It's and there's Boss Rush Mode, also of the Cephala podcast, Retro Redoctopus. He's a good dude. I like him. I like everybody that's watching.
Well, that's a good thing.
Uh-oh.
Friends.
Speaking of people watching, it just got a little moist in here.
What the hell?
Looks like we're about to dip into Leo Pond.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
I thought that was a Goobs reference for a moment.
Oh my god.
Leo, how are you?
Word?
I'm great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're doing all right. We got our good buddy Skipper Bob here.
Hey, Skipper Bob. Nice to meet you.
Hey, Leo.
Leo is the patriarch and patron saint of the Dorkening Podcast Network. He's also probably aside from Ashes, the biggest Baby Yoda fan that's going. So
I mean, he might be.
He's got like 6 of them just over his right shoulder.
There's more than 6, and I added a new one for Christmas. So.
Okay, so I have to get your opinion on this, Leo.
Okay.
The name Grogu.
Yes.
Are you for it or against it?
I'm for it.
Why?
It's. I mean, it's 2 syllables like Yoda, Grogu. I don't know. It just seems to fit. I mean, we've been calling.
I didn't like it at first, but it grew on me.
I don't know why. I just
okay.
It doesn't sound to me. It doesn't sound stupid. It's we've been calling him Baby Yoda for the longest time. It's good to move on to something else.
And Jon Favreau says it's okay to continue calling him Baby Yoda. Leo, the Overlord with an iron fist. Hey, there's Angel. Hi, Angel.
He will always be Baby
Angel
Yoda.
From That Strange Show. Angel, who, along with Leo and our good friend Melissa and Yo-Yo, interviewed Stan Bush last night.
That's so awesome.
That was a trip. That it was to talk to somebody that had such an impact on like a lot of our childhoods, it's when you think of Transformers the movie, that song, you got to touch it. It wouldn't be anything without it. And then I didn't realize he did the Kumite song for Bloodsport also.
Yep. And I have I have a Bloodsport poster somewhere in this room, or I used to. Oh no, it's underneath.
It's somewhere.
So.
Nice. I love Bloodsport.
It turns out that there are some great things that Stan Bush has done, and I was so glad that he chose to spend time with us. I feel bad that I was under the weather and was unable to join you, but I do appreciate you passing on some of my questions to him. So thank you.
Totally. And he's up for doing more shows on a network. So,
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, and we
got to take advantage of that.
Totally.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. We got another thing. Grogu. I'm just happy it's not another Y name.
See, I was all for another Y name. I wanted him to be named Yiddle so bad.
All right.
Yiddle.
That's what I said because he was little and Yoda. He's Yiddle.
That sounds really Jewish.
That's true. That is, it's just off of Yiddish. Yeah. Because the only other one.
He makes latkes with his booby on the weekend.
Boss Rush Mode, I'm guessing, said Yerogurg because that is his name backwards. I think there was a tie of reactions when I saw the child the first time in that first episode. I lost my shit because there had only been 2 canonical of Yoda's species. Yoda, obviously, that's why it's called Yoda's species, and Yaddle from Phantom Menace, who we never really saw after Clone Wars. Like, we don't know what happened to her.
There were a couple of comics
that
involving her.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, she died
during the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
And she died. Yeah, it was in a book, not a comic, right?
I think no. It was
I think so.
I think. Well, there might have been a comic made of the novel, like graphic novelization.
Yeah.
There was a comic explaining her training, that she was isolated and meditated on her own for like 200 years, because obviously her species lives for a long time, and she was down in this like cave being held prisoner and just trained herself in the ways of the Force. And after 200 years, she finally emerged and like, you know what? You've been training all by yourself. You're a master now.
Down in Yaddle Rock. Original is the next. Again, I can't see who said that, but I'm guessing it's going back and forth between Boss Rush Mode and Parasite Steve. That would be my guess, because I can't see the actual comments, which is weird, but that's okay. I'm glad everybody's joining and talking, because Leo, you had your list together, right? You put your list together of your
I
top
did, yeah.
All right, so we were getting ready to talk about Bob's. So I'm interested to know, Bob, who did you put on your list?
A lot of characters from Star Trek Discovery, actually.
Ooh,
very nice.
Because I am a Trekkie before I'm a Star Wars fan. And did that showed in the years blended for me. So did that start in 2000 or did that start last year? Or 2020?
They're on their 3rd season.
Right.
Yeah,
but because I know CBS is weird, man. Like Survivor's run for like 20 seasons, but it's only been on the air for like 8, something like that.
Well, it's also understandable because a lot of people block out the first season because for some reason.
Bad.
In the first 6 months of this year.
Yeah.
Or the last 9. I don't know. One or the other.
Well, I kind of, and sorry to butt in, but I kind of get what they were doing with the first season. It was off-putting and dark for a reason, and not to spoil anything for people that haven't seen it, but it definitely has that twist at the end and gets a little brighter, and you realize, oh shit, this is why everything was fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like Saru's become one of my favorite characters in all of sci-fi.
Yeah.
Him and Tilly. Now I know that those characters they started all the way at the beginning, but something that they went through this year just opened my heart up to them, because Tilly is opening up and being this one character where she's given more responsibility and given more encouragement and more roles to take part in, and her character is really opening up. And Saru, I mean, the actor's name escapes me, but my God, I'm a huge Greg Jones. Thank you. Yes, I love Greg Jones. I love everything he does. I just watched, I think it was Batman Returns the other day. I was like, is that Greg Jones? I think it is. Weird skinny guy. Yeah. So it's strange what he pops up in, and he's definitely becoming one of my favorite actors of all time.
Very nice. Now, if you like Star Trek, then, huh?
A little bit, yeah.
You'll probably want to, Leo. What time is that show next week?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock next week on the Dorkening Network.
Yeah.
We will be interviewing Michael Dorn. Oh, Doug Jones, not Greg. I thought it was Doug Jones.
Yes,
But
Doug
yes.
Jones. That's down. Or
Yes, we will.
Fuck,
We will
Michael
be interviewing Michael Dorn on Tuesday at 8. Do you want to drop the other one?
We can wait for
All
our
right.
announcement a little later.
Because we have another guest that Ashes and I will be interviewing for next week's Throwdown Thursday.
It's one of the,
I
don't know how it happened exactly, but it happened, and I'm glad.
I will
it's
explain the
happening.
story of how it happened when we get there.
And I just I can't think of word. Like when I think of this guest coming on, I can't word properly.
I'm going to give a teaser.
So I'm going to have to like get my shit together before Tuesday when we interview him for the show on Thursday.
Leo knows who it is, but I'm going to give
I'm like, I just never, it's one of those never in a bajillion years. Like you have like, guests that you're like, okay, these people are attainable.
I'll reach out
sure.
to this person.
But like you never think of like this person.
Our guest is someone from, it was a very hard time scheduling them. It is not Patrice Bergeron, no. It is someone we had a very difficult time scheduling because
Are
of
you kidding? If it was
where
Patrice
they
Bergeron,
live.
I just
They are going to be calling in from New Zealand.
Yeah.
So that's your hint.
Yeah. Like it's crazy.
And
It's
they will be on the show with we will be running the show with New Zealand and enthusiasm.
Well, and you guys ask, how you landed that guest, and I can tell you exactly how. It's building relationships, and the same thing that, with Michael Dorn, it's, working with, some awesome people in the industry and, building a relationship with them. And, you guys built up a awesome relationship with that person, and, then things happen,
Yeah, it was interesting. We'll get into a little more detail as to how it came about, but that's the long and short of it, Leo. You're right. Like, building up these relationships that we have with some people throughout the film industries. But all right, so Bob, you've given us one character. Leo, why don't you give us one?
Well, I will actually. This is like a split personality because this person actually has two characters this year. And I'm going to say this first because it's also another Star Trek person, Jack Quaid, which is Huey Campbell in The Boys, and also Ensign Brad Boimler in Lower Decks, which is absolutely friggin' phenomenal.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's Dennis Quaid's kid.
I believe so.
That sounds
Dennis
right, yeah.
Randy. Randy's insane now. I don't know if you've
No,
seen some of the
it's-
shit he's done.
Have you ever been saying?
Yeah, but this is way worse.
No, he is the product of Dennis Quaid and Meg Ryan.
Okay.
So,
Oh, okay. Randy is the one that got all like political, right?
Yeah, the one
Yeah.
where he had that video where it's just like him right up against the camera, and there's like a red strobe light flashing in his face while he spews conspiracy theories. When he's got like this huge like wilderness beard.
So wait, his character from Independence Day?
No, like
Worse.
Russell Tate would look at him and go, fucking relax, dude. You're a little nuts. Look, I got an anal probe from space aliens. I know what they're up to. Like, you need to settle down. He's halfway between Russell Tate and the raving derelict from The Simpsons, the episode where Bart sold his soul. He's halfway between those two. Yeah, he's in that range. So yeah, Leo, you have a couple of guys from Star Trek, or Jack Quaid's character from Star Trek.
Yeah, so he plays. If you haven't seen Lower Decks, it's a Star Trek cartoon, but it's a lot of shows take, like a lot of Star Trek shows, we call something growing the beard, where it takes a couple seasons for it to find its footing. Lower Decks was like right out of the park, just like episode 1 just smashed it. And each episode got better. And it's just, a phenomenal show. I urge everybody to check it out. But he plays Boimler, Ensign Boimler, and also Huey Campbell in The Boys. Which,
I would like to point out the irony that you are the one who brought up the phrase growing the beard and not Bob. It's hard to tell. Like, Leo's got very, like, light, fine facial hair. And you've got that light right on you.
Yeah, and it's going white, so that doesn't help anything. So
it's easy to dye that way. Like it's easy to dye your beard that way. I didn't mean like
I've been thinking about
become deceased. I didn't want anyone thinking I was making an old age joke.
It's okay.
Everybody get permitted.
Yeah.
Do you want to give one of your? You know what? I'll give one of my. Well, I have a quick. While we're getting these guys' lists, I'm gonna drop my list of the top documentaries I watched this year.
Okay.
Because I watched a few, and it kind of ties into what we're. Wow, you know what's? So I just clicked on my email, and I have an email that just came in 3 minutes ago that says restore hair and self-confidence.
Wow.
Oh, we got Colleen in the house. Colleen says, I mean, we all go white, then eventually become deceased.
True story.
Unless you are Gandalf. Gandalf goes white and just lives forever because he is immortal. So
brights just get brighter.
Yes. So my top documentaries, I had 4 documentaries that I put on my list this year. I did like a top 3, and then I threw one on for an honorable mention. We just recently watched My Octopus Teacher on Netflix.
So good. So good. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it.
Very interesting. It has sharks.
I've never felt those kind of feelings towards an octopus before. And I also learned a lot of things, too.
I definitely recommend it for the Cephala podcast gentlemen that are in the room. And looks like we got Phil from Dark Discussions watching. Mm-hmm. Hi, Phil. Glad you're joining us. So that's my honorable mention, My Octopus Teacher. And these other 3, I can't put any of them in any specific order because they were each really good, and they're all on wildly different subject matter. First is All Hail the Popcorn King, the documentary on Joe R. Lansdale from Hansi Oppenheimer, who did a phenomenal job. She's just a fantastic person overall. We had her on the show a couple times. Mm-hmm. She participated in our horror trivia, which will be coming back. I have to finish doing that. But, with the way things get busy towards the end of the year. But we'll get back to that. Also, The Orange Years, the documentary about Nickelodeon, which was excellent, by the way. If you haven't seen it, you can pick it up on Amazon. They did a big giveaway. They gave away a whole bunch of stuff signed by the different cast members. Folks like Kenan Thompson and I almost called her Sarah Michelle Gellar.
This
Lori
is about
Beth Denberg.
No, Melissa Joan Hart.
A lot of 3 names happened in the 90s.
What was that, Bob?
This documentary revolves around Nickelodeon sitcoms, right? Not the like the live TV stuff they did.
No, everything like Nickelodeon from its inception to its eventual, like, not demise, but how it's been kind of downsized. It's really, really good. We interviewed the directors.
I got to check this out because myself and members of my family did production work for Nickelodeon down here at Universal Studios for a number of years. So
I think
they
like
talk about the whole Universal Studios experience and how
the kids used to sneak in there and go on the Terminator ride.
Yeah, and it primarily touches base on a lot of stuff that happened in the 90s, so kind of like late 80s and well into the 90s, talking about Nicktoons.
Like they started with Pinwheel.
But they do talk about the Nickelodeon Studios and the experience that it was supposed to be and everything for kids. So yeah, I think you'll really enjoy it. Like, it was a nice kind of just little piece of nostalgia that was really nice. Time watched it,
and
kind of needed.
Yeah, it was great, and I highly recommend it. My number one documentary of the year, because we've had multiple interactions and multiple interviews with the gentleman who directed and produced it, is Wolfman's Got Nards, the documentary about the Monster Squad, how it went from movie that no one saw in the theater because it was getting crushed by the Lost Boys and came out the same weekend, to how it became this underground cult classic, and like how nobody realized how huge of a hit this was and like what kind of following it had. And it's great getting to see the journey, getting to see Andre Gower and all these other actors from the movie grown up, and some of the people that the movie affected, folks like Adam Green, Seth Green, Joe Lynch. It's an excellent documentary, and you get to hear a little bit from Fred Decker, who directed the movie, and how it almost ended his career. We get to see a little more from Shane Black, who wrote it and was also busy that year writing Predator. It was pretty awesome. So those are my top documentaries. So Bob, let's go to your next entry on your list.
The next entry on my list is from an anime that I was introduced to this year, and I have taken in so much anime this year. It's a scary amount. I'd actually have to pull up the list, but one of my favorite characters is I think she's called a demi-human. It's where it's a half animal, half human character. It's basically a girl with ears and a tail. Her name is Raphtalia from Rising of the Shield Hero, which I think this came out last year, but I got introduced to it this year, and this is quickly becoming one of my favorite animes of all time. The show is basically character is an isekai, which is where you're transported to a different world of living, and he gets there and he has like everything going wrong for him, to the point where everybody's an asshole to him. So he starts up his own little band of adventurers to team up with him. And one of them is this raccoon girl who, since his main weapon is a shield and he can't use any offensive weapons, he trains her to be his sword and he'll use all the defense. And it's a really good show. I thoroughly enjoy it. It's not so much a comedy. It is more of a drama, but it's got some great moments in it where a lot of character building. Like this guy, he just wants to finish the mission and get the fuck home. He does not. Can I cuss? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't, fucker.
Good, because today's been a long day for me. Yes. Rising the Raphtalia won Best Girl of the 2020 on Crunchyroll. Well, there you go. Yeah, she highly deserves that. I absolutely agree. That is, like I said, one of the best animes I've ever seen.
Awesome. Yeah, Colleen is a big anime fan, and she said it's an epic anime, and I highly recommend it too. And she also said she loves Monster Squad and still needs to see that. Who said the previous? I don't know. Somebody said Rising of the Shield Hero, Raphtalia won Best Girl.
That's Colleen as well.
Like you just said.
Colleen, message me your address, and we'll send it to you.
Yeah, we'll send you a copy.
We'll send you a copy.
Monster
You
Squad.
have to see this.
Oh.
It's fantastic. If you're a fan of the film, even if you're just kind of like a casual fan, like I was entering into this, it'll change your perception completely. So yeah, message me after the show or whenever, and I will make sure you get a copy.
I just want to throw this out there for those of you with, maybe a weak heart or experiencing pregnancy. It's going to get a little extreme in here in a little while. So I just want to prepare you for how extreme this is going to be.
Patsy, are you pregnant?
I am not, that I know of. I am eating for 2.
I'm drinking for 2.
I might have a parasite somewhere in here. I'm not quite sure.
I think I know what's going on.
Yeah, Leo might know. So
Okay.
Leo, who's next on your list?
Well, actually, I was going to ask a quick anime question, since
Please do.
You are a aficionado of, and I know I said that wrong, anime. I saw there's a new X-Men anime on Netflix. Is that new, or is that new to Netflix?
Do you remember the title? Because it could be new to Netflix.
Let's see.
I think it's new overall. Oh, and we got James hanging out. He says, "Hi, PJ, and Happy New Year's." James is trying very hard to convince me to give him my Patriots helmet that I won recently from my sports group. But I told him I've turned down quite a few offers for this.
How many of them were sexual favors?
Not enough.
Okay, it is new to Netflix. It came out in 2011, but it's like very Japanese anime, but X-Men.
I'll have to check it out.
Japanese anime. Do those even mix?
Yeah, just with some vodka.
Oh, okay. It's James' birthday, and James says his love is more than enough. And Steve says, "Happy birthday, James." And I think Colleen is a French cat because she says "le mau." Put your champagne down before you sip it.
Le mau.
You don't
Le mau.
I will never see that the same way. Le mau. God.
James has a new comment here.
Oh God. Oh God, I'm starting to wheeze.
Well, I anytime someone sends me these things, I just see them as the phonetic pronunciation. If someone sends me LOL, you know what I see? Goddamn TIE fighter. That's what I see. I see a TIE fighter. You all right, Bob?
No, I'm good.
Le mau.
So, Bob, who's next on your list? What does that say? I wouldn't give up that Scott Sisson helmet either. No, it's not Scott Sisson. It was what the hell is it? Oh, Kyle Van Noy. And it says,
You don't even remember who it is.
I'm not a Patriots fan. The only guy I probably would have traded that for is a Bo Jackson Raiders helmet. However, I won a Bo Jackson Raiders helmet 2 days ago in that group. That was fantastic. And he says, "Damn you, I cannot unsee that." And our good friend, First Time Mike, is here.
Hello, First Time Mike.
He says, "Happy New Year, Ashes and Patsy. Love
Happy
you guys."
New
We
Year,
love you
First
too,
Time
buddy.
Mike.
First Time Mike is one of our oldest
Class act.
and best friends, and one of the earliest
Really
supporters
great
of the
guys.
show. So, you know what? Cheers to
First Time Mike. Thank you.
I'll drink to that. First Time Mike is awesome. So, Bob, where were we? Oh, yeah.
Going on the list, right?
Yeah, we're gonna move on. Bob,
I didn't
Bob
give my
named his guy, lady. And Leo, you
Guy
are up
lady.
next. Lady guy.
Yeah, this is not a character, but an actual person, but he is a character in itself. And I put him on my list because he stood out so much that he separated reality for a lot of people and took us out of the apocalypse mood. But it's Tiger King.
Yeah.
You know what? That's actually, yeah, he's definitely a character.
You know who doesn't agree with you? That bitch Carol Baskin.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
You know, okay, honestly, I love her.
Yeah.
I love her.
Yeah, she doused her husband in sardine oil and fed him to a tiger. Of course you
That
do.
bastard deserved it. He was a liar. He was a cheater.
And she's just
he was
a
a horrible
delight.
person. He got his comeuppance.
But I mean, you know, everybody was going through rough times when it came out, and I think that it was so off the wall that it really, you know,
really lessened the blow.
Exactly.
Everything. Yeah.
You know what? You know what day it is? It's the 508th day of Hexmas. So on the 508th day of Hexmas, you get James from It Came from the 508 Productions.
You need to stop with these horrible introductions.
I will not. James
He's probably working on
has been a blank void. I don't see him.
Oh, boy.
James, how's the void?
How's the underworld?
I don't think you can hear us. The void removes all.
He's stuck
Well,
in
we're
the
gonna-
underneath.
Hopefully we'll hear back from James momentarily. I'm going to turn up my...
There is a bug I found with StreamYard. Since it's a browser-based, if you turn on your camera after you go into StreamYard, it doesn't pick it up and you have to restart your browser.
Yeah, and I've noticed if I have OBS or
So
something
yeah,
else.
James, you can hear us restart.
Yeah, OBS.
I don't know who that is.
I agree. Yeah,
I
OBS
see
will
that.
take permissions and like not let anything else have it.
Yeah, if you have IBS, that's a problem. You have to keep running to the bathroom all the time. So we have Colleen saying no married woman doesn't want to feed her husband to a tiger some days,
True story.
but she had some good reasons. And Parasite Steve says James is in a black hole, or worse, he's watching the black hole. And I take exception.
Hey.
This is the second time today I'm taking exception to something that Parasite Steve has said. First, he said that the lightsaber battle in Revenge of the Sith between Anakin and Obi-Wan is middle to bottom of all the stuff. He's including the TV shows as well. But I will say for me, it's the highlight of the
entire movie.
Yes. I mean, most people like, oh, it was great seeing Yoda jump around. Like, that was all CGI. Watching these two dudes fight, like, with real lightsaber, you know, obviously they were using, you know, props, and they were so intense, they kept breaking the props. Like, it was awesome. We're going to pop James out for a moment. I love The Black Hole. Like, it's one of my favorite Disney movies.
Weirdest ending.
It's about to get extreme in here. I don't know if you guys can handle this, because about to join the chat, we have Dan, don't call me Danny Spencer, and Emma Extreme. Emma Extreme, how are you today?
Good.
Feeling extreme?
Yeah.
She's feeling
Oh my
extreme. Mad extreme.
Emma, what day is it today?
What day is it? You know. New Year's Eve, bruh.
New Year's Eve.
And what do we do on New Year's Eve?
Like this week.
You watching the Stooges?
Let's say it again, louder.
Yeah.
Watch the Three Stooges. It's what we do.
So
She put makeup on me. It didn't come out as good. It might not show as good on screen.
Look at
Yeah, I have a little
we
bit
have
of...
Leo, who is the kingpin of the Dorkening. We have Bob.
What
who
up,
is,
Leo?
of the Cretan
Hello.
Guild. And obviously
What's
this
up,
is my brother Dan and our niece, Emma Extreme. Emma, why are you so extreme?
You should never question that.
She doesn't know. I mean, it's more of a way of life. It's not a choice. She just
It
is
comes
extreme.
naturally.
And
it's just how
Colleen
it
says,
goes.
"Woo, Emma!" Colleen's very excited to see you, Emma. What do you got for your glasses?
What up,
I
Colleen?
can't. Let's zoom in. Let's see Emma's. Oh, whoops! I didn't mean to remove you from the stream. Let's zoom in. Oh, look at that!
Oh, fun.
Emma, are those all glasses, or are you wearing makeup?
Both. She got some blue eyes. She did some blue eyes on me, which is tough to tell with the hat. My lips are kind of shiny, which is tough to tell, but
Yeah, there's sparkles on them.
sparkles.
No.
Yep. Yep. That's living the daddy life. I to the point where, especially during this whole pandemic thing, where I'm pretty much rocking shorts, hoodies, and sandals all day long.
Sweatpants right now.
So a lot of times I go out to the store to do some regular business and forget that my toes are hot pink. I get a little chuckle wondering if anybody else sees, but it still gets me every time.
Oh, good. James apparently just lost his laptop. Like it just died on him while in the void.
I thought you meant lost it. I'm like, how could this have happened?
Yeah, he says if that's not 2020, I don't know what is. I mean, true story, but that sucks. I'm sorry, dude.
Try hopping on your phone if you can. Who just messaged us that yes, this is the famous Emma from the Throwdown Thursday podcast promo. But also, Emma, what's the show that you're on with your daddy and your uncles? It was Steve that said that. Emma, do you remember the name of the show?
What show?
Yell it. Talk into the mic and yell it. Come on, project, girl. What you doing?
The loudest sports show.
The loudest
Hey,
sports show. Emma Extreme from the loudest sports show. Emma, who
and she's generally the loudest kid in the damn room, but she's all timid now, apparently.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Emma
When
loves
that camera goes on.
Emma loves being on camera. Emma, tell the folks at home what you were trying to do a few weeks ago. What was going on in your mouth?
I tried to pull my tooth out, and then right after we stopped it, my tooth came out.
2 minutes. I would say that's a highlight of your year, isn't it? Bless you. How many teeth down are we this year?
5.
5 teeth in 1 year. Not too bad. Not too bad.
Making that tooth fairy work extra hard.
We were trying the entire show to get Emma to pull her tooth. And seriously, 2 minutes after we finished, Dan sent me a video of Emma pulling her tooth out.
2 minutes. Legit 2 minutes. It was unbelievable, but it was still something to behold because I didn't get to actually see it in person and like witness the thing actually popping out and the look on her face. It was priceless. I was like, what?
Yes,
it's out! And then we get a standing ovation. Get Uncle Dave and Daddy clapping for you. That was good. God, your eyes are so blue, but you get it over here too.
I know. I was trying to put blush on, Dad.
Whatever, dude.
So
I'm getting the third degree over here.
I didn't prep you guys so much for what was going on. I just wanted to get you on and have Emma join this awesome live stream. But if you guys were to pick your top 5 characters from the year, like from anything that you've watched this year, who are your favorite characters? Emma, who are your favorite characters from stuff that you've watched this year?
The Grinch and
What do we watch every night? Who do you like from that show?
Cuddy.
Whoa! Oh my God, I'm so proud. Say it to the mic. Say it to the mic, please. Say it to the mic. Say it. Say it to the mic. Seriously.
Cuddy.
I didn't hear what you said.
Curly. Say it again.
Cuddy.
What's he in? Oh God, she said curly.
That's a
A girl after my own heart. I can't even handle it. Yeah, I know. It's New Year's Eve. We're eating three compartment, caramel, cheese, and butter popcorn, and watching the Three Stooges. I mean, if that's not Rahul, I don't know what is.
That's
Who
the
else?
that's the
Who
epitome.
else, though? Crazy cat lady. Who? Say it loud. Say it on the mic and look at the camera, bro.
Who is she?
Who'd you just say? No, who'd you say?
Crazy cat lady.
Crazy. Say it louder.
Crazy cat lady.
Yeah, she's up there.
Eleanor Abernathy.
Look at right behind his shoulder. Who do you see? That was somebody else you just said. Right over here. Look right behind him.
Can't see.
Who are you pointing at?
Right here. Who do you see?
Oh, Homer.
Say it louder. She just said Homer. Yeah, she likes Homer, but yeah, the crazy cat lady. She's my favorite one.
That's
I was gonna say
list.
it's one of those things where if you see your dad's like it, then you're all over there. Yeah, that's where it's at.
Colleen
Anybody
says,
else, Boo Boo?
awesome. We used to do both the Stooges and Twilight Zone and flip between the two when I was little. Same.
Solid.
Yo, it's so funny you said that. About a half hour ago, I just showed her the Burgess Meredith one with the glasses. We just watched that. We just watched that. She goes, but he broke his glasses. How's he gonna weed? I'm like, ooh, yeah, he's gonna have a hard time now. Ugh. There was time now. There was time. Oh God, that was so bad.
Dan, how about you?
He lost his glasses.
Throw a couple characters out there for us. Stuff that you've seen this year that you had never seen before.
First off, yeah, I'm gonna say Ripley. 2020 has been an awakening for me as far as the Alien films, which have now become like one of my favorites. It wasn't something that honest to goodness, I think it was Dave's birthday that we watched the very first Alien, and I've since consumed every single one of them, including the Alien versus Predators, which I was like, but the first couple, yeah, Ripley's my dude. And I'm not great with character names, but Kyle Reese's character, I think it was the second one. He was awesome.
Corporal,
and I was bummed that I'm very, yeah, dude, he was the jam. Although I did, you know what? I will say too, I like Pullman's character too. He was such a sniveling bastard. And also, I thought before I had seen any of them, again, no basis for comparison, no understanding of who was in the movies. When we watched the first movie, I thought I saw Pullman, but Pullman wasn't in it. Am I saying Paxton? Sorry, Paxton, not Pullman. God, I always do that.
Well, Pullman wasn't in it either.
Peace. Yeah, but Paxton was. He was in the second one. And he was one of my favorite ones. He was so pessimistic. Everything, oh man, it's gonna go so bad, man. Like he
game over, man. Game over.
Game over, man.
This little girl survived with no guns and no training.
Yeah, right. No, I was big on that one.
Would you throw a movie that we watched together that you had seen for the first time earlier this year in February? The Thing. Would you throw anybody from there on your list?
Not for my favorite of the year, no. I honest to goodness, I got to say it may sound cliche because it's 2020, but I'm not going to go Joe Exotic with this, but I'm going to go from the Tiger King, and it would be the guy that sold ammo at the Walmart that he had taken to be his campaign manager.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately had that dude pull out the Luger and put it to his head. Hey man, it's Luger, it's not loaded. And you got to, oh God, that was brutal. That poor guy had no idea what he was getting into with the garbage meat and the meth and all this. It was fortunate to see, but that guy I thought was priceless because he never really had it seemed political aspirations, but he's like, this is my dream job, but he said it was his dream job, but never made it seem like he had any political aspirations, but got involved with this mess of humanity and had to deal with all that nonsense down there with Joe Exotic and the gang. That was cool. And I gotta say, because that she's latched onto her, the Crazy Cat Lady has become more ingrained in my heart. She's always been one of my favorites, especially in the Bart's People one. Especially we've stumbled upon the one where they showed how she became like a successful person and degenerated into the Crazy Cat Lady over time. But other than that, I'm gonna say the Fiend from WWE. I think isn't everybody's cup of tea, but we're talking the longest running weekly episodic television show of all time, which was Monday Night Raw, which is where he was most of the year. Fantastic. And again, he was the Savini special, making the mask, making the lantern, and then when they had the total immolation of him getting torched on live television, yeah, that clearly wasn't him, but it was made by some very skilled. So I think the Fiend was one of the better television characters, and that was one of the top 5 experiences that were there in a box at the Garden, one of the last wrestling events that was run live in front of a full arena of people in Boston at the end of February. That was fantastic. Yeah, I think that's where we're at. Anything I didn't cover, Boo-Boo? Oh, all this stuff?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Well, so we went over top 5 things that happened to us this year. Yes, you can, please. After you. The mic's all yours, little bub. Talking to the mic and look at the camera.
Jumpy place. We went to Jumpy place.
You know what the Jumpy place is? What do we do with the Jumpy place?
We jump on trampolines.
Yeah, we went to a couple of trampoline parks. She wanted to talk about this. We went to the trampoline park a couple of times. It was awesome.
And then I went to a hotel in McDaddy, and then we ate food at Uncle. I think we got food out.
No, we went to so a lot. We actually got a pretty amount of things in before the world shut down. So we went to during February vacation of her actual first school year. We went to a hotel and swam in the pool and hung out in the hot tub and went to see Uncle Dave because he was right up the road. So that was a lot of fun.
This is the beach. And we went. Well, me and Daddy went to the beach, and I got a whole thing of cotton candy, and it looked like I was eating fluffy cotton candy.
How big was the cotton candy?
Like as big as my head.
As big as her head. It was unbelievable. And I think there's some pictures of that online. It looked like she was devouring a corpse. It was just like, this is red all over her face. It was something else.
And
ice skating.
And I went ice skating for my first time.
Yep. And we already said this. You lost 5 teeth.
I lost 5 teeth.
And what else? What else? What else?
Oh yeah, I got my ears pierced.
And Unky Pat and Auntie Ashley hooked you up with some sweet earrings. She was wearing the Halloween earrings up until it got to the point where I said, okay, it's literally Christmas Eve. Let's switch them over to the ones with the little bells on them. Like, I know you like the spiderweb ones, but let's be seasonal. What are you kissing the mic for?
You're such a weirdo.
I know she's the one that has been drinking. My God.
We did get a Happy New Year.
We also played mini golf for the first time, which was pretty fantastic. This kid killed it in mini golf. She came back in the second half, almost beat me. It was about 400 degrees that day, which was exceptionally impressive. Somebody likes to see themselves on camera. On that.
Emma, why are you so shy?
It's horrible that she's so shy.
Yeah, really. This is, if anybody's wondering, this is indicative of the TikTok generation. I'm on camera. I need to dance. I need to do my thing and do the whole. Yeah, it never stops. It never stops.
No
I'm kind of anti-TikTok, but it is what it is. Yeah, right.
Okay.
That was it, Bubba.
Okay.
That was all my stuff.
So let's swing back over to Bob because we haven't heard from Bob in a while. Because Emma's been hogging the
Are
spotlight.
you kidding? Shine a spotlight on that girl. Let her shine.
Who else is in your list of characters? And Dan, I'm very disappointed that McCready did not make your list.
Yeah, you know, I watched a lot of stuff. You know, I got to say, I watched a lot of stuff. It was mostly documentaries. Hey, if I could give a specific character, my favorite person that was spoken about in any of the things that I watched, it'd be DB Cooper. I finally went. I've been obsessed with DB Cooper, and then finally went back and watched the whole documentary about him. And there's literally like 4 different families of people that. Oh no! I know that my husband, ex-father, father that turned into a mother, and husband, all these different people. I know they were DB Cooper. That's been such a focus of my. Attention is the DB Cooper thing. So that'd be my number one if I had to put a number one on anything is DB Cooper. Him and Ripley. DB Cooper and Ripley. That should be a movie. That sounds like a buddy comedy to me. I'm just saying.
Did you see the new History Channel has a new show, History's Greatest Mysteries, and like their first episode was DB Cooper as well. And it was pretty good.
I love that. I'm wondering why there's not like a sweet full-length film. I think there was one with like Robert Redford. It was like a weird, like an interesting kind of. I think Treat Williams might have been involved, which usually kind of brings me in. If you got Treat Williams, usually that reels me in. But otherwise, I think there should be a modern day DB Cooper movie because that's like the coolest shit ever.
Treat Williams was pretty awesome in Dead Heat with Joe Piscopo.
He was also the principal, if we're not forgetting. Tom, no, let's not mix it up because Tom Berenger was the substitute. Treat Williams was the principal. Then we have to bring the baby in for the show.
Oh, there's Callie.
Yeah, who totally.
Hi, Dad.
Callie, AKA, totally wants to be in this room right now.
She looks like she really wants to be in the room.
She's thrilled.
This is totally her favorite.
Treat Williams was great in Deep Rising. So, Bob, who else you got on your list? Let's go back over to you.
Well, aside from what we just witnessed, one of my favorite characters is actually a return character, someone who, and it's not really a single character, it's like a trio of characters that they were around like, 20 years ago, and then they made their return, and that's the Warner Brothers and sister.
What a great goal, bro! What a great goal!
Yeah, I love that show. And when the relaunch happened, I was like, you guys have not missed a step. This show is just as good as I remember it.
Yeah, slightly a little more woke than before, and just perfect. Absolutely perfect.
Everyone wants to come on my island. It's a fabulous island. It's like the best island. Oh, dude, that whole point. That first episode slayed me when they ever had Trump. Or no, it was the second episode with Trump in the Odyssey. Oh God, that killed me. It killed me. I was dying.
Yeah, those first 2 episodes where they're just recapping.
Oh, sorry, Bob. Go ahead.
Oh, that's right. Those first 2 episodes where they just recap everything that had happened over the last 20 some odd years, especially the one
in a song.
Yeah, in a song.
Yeah.
Perfect. And then they start predicting tablets.
They swallow the tablets.
Yeah, that was the best.
Brilliant.
All right, Leo, where are you?
I'm gonna go with this is a show that my wife and I just found recently, and we're almost through it. We're on the last season, and it's a 3-way tie of Liz, Jack, and Kenneth from 30 Rock.
Oh yes, I love that series so much. I think I'm gonna have to revisit it. Patsy hasn't seen it. I love it. I think I watched it for the first time a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Liz Lemon, Tina Fey is brilliant. She's a brilliant writer. She's a brilliant actor. And her delivery is just so perfect. And Alec Baldwin in that series is just everything. He's everything. Like the entire cast is just so good.
I love me some
So
Jack
good.
McBrayer. I love the
And he's
transvestite prostitute he plays on Bob's Burgers.
he's hilarious in this series. Like, I mean, everyone does such an amazing
He's fixing
job.
Felix.
Like, oh my god, it
Yo.
it is so good.
Yeah, it's you should definitely Patsy, you should definitely check it out.
I'm just watching
Tina Fey-
Emma like vamp.
Yeah, she's hanging out. Yo, Tina Fey's brilliant. I gotta say, outside of SNL, my favorite thing that she ever did was the first season of The Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt.
Yes.
When she played like the
man.
Marsha Clark type character, but that whole thing with the whole court proceedings when they had the girl that kept like going into Hulk Hogan mode and like hulking up, it was the funniest thing. But they had the Marsha Clark character as well. I'm forgetting the other guy's name. Somebody help me. Yes, they had the other Johnny Cochran type of contingent there as well. Oh, that first season was killer. All those people were awesome, but that was all Tina Fey. She's brilliant as hell. And you know what? Mean Girls doesn't suck. Mean Girls does not suck.
Mean Girls is I mean Mean Girls is it's great. I fucking love it. I think it's great.
I don't mind Mean Girls at all. That's one of those ones that I can watch with folks and go, okay, I get this now. A little bit of Tim Meadows. A little bit of Tim Meadows is good. Give me Tim Meadows, a little bit here, a little bit there, like Dewey Cox. Tim Meadows.
I was gonna say, you want no part of this, Dewey Cox.
Get out of here, Dewey. You don't want no part of this.
I kind of think I do.
She does have a new show coming out.
Does she?
Mayor.
Well, she was in Soul.
But Mr. Mayor is a new series with what's the guy?
Yeah, Danson. Yeah, is it Danson?
Yep.
I like me some Ted Danson. I'm
he's
a
still
guy
alive
from way back. All over Ted Danson.
Did you watch Good Place?
No. I didn't. No, you know what? I heard all about that. It was
we haven't watched
him and
I've heard really good
Kristen
things
Bell. It was
of the
Kristen
Good
Bell.
Place.
Yeah.
Yep, yeah, and Ted Danson. Oh my God, that show is so good. Easily one of the best shows I've seen in a long time.
Steve says, "Ouch my bones," and we just lost Dan and Extreme.
Oh.
All right, so Leo, while we're waiting for
that's a really good pick. Actually, I'm gonna have to get him to watch it, and we're gonna have to do a Throwdown Thursday episode on Liz Lemon, and we'll have to have Leo on as a guest.
I'm
completely dissect that character because she is fantastic.
Yeah, and I realized I was reading some little tidbits on the web about it. I guess the potato chips or the Cheez-Its she eats, the Spanish on it says like lonely woman food or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
I missed the actress, but who are we talking about that had that one?
Oh, it was Liz Lemon's the first couple seasons. She's always eating like these Cheez-Its, and it's like written in Spanish, and it's like lonely woman food or something like that.
That's hilarious. One thing I thought I thought you could have been talking Tina Fey only because that brings me back to an SNL skit that she did about a character or a product for women that she did a commercial for. It was like Full Baked Men, where you could put it's like a Duncan Hines type of thing. You put it in the microwave, and it's this full-sized man that you put in the bed next to you. But it's like a brownie, but with like a fudge filling type of thing.
Yes, I remember that one.
Hilarious. It's like that one in the Taco Town one.
Like the anime films you can get, but it was like an edible brownie guy.
Exactly. It was a whole dude like, oh, you really know what I like. Like, it was really funny. But hey, we have to bid you all adieu. We wanted to hop on and say hello and Happy New Year. And Emma wanted to do my makeup, even though you can't see it. But we have cupcakes to make, Three Stooges to watch. But certainly wanted to say hey to everybody and Happy New Year.
Well, thank you for joining, Emma. What do you got? What is your what's your line? What are you gonna say? What's your line?
Play us out. What do you say? Play us out.
Peace out. I'm out of here.
Happy New Year. Good
Happy New Year. We love you.
Good to meet you guys. Love y'all. And we out. help herself. She's a bit of a showman. She's like the greatest showman. Peace out, y'all.
Later. Oh, that was funny. That was funny. Oh, we got Desiree watching. Let's catch up on a couple of things. Peace out, Emma, says Steve. Colleen says The Good Place is an incredible show. Yeah, so Leo, let's get your next spot. While you're drinking, let me ask you to start talking.
Sure.
What's next on your list?
Okay, so this here is it's actually a series, a trilogy, and I've been putting off watching this for the longest time. My dad loved this, and I lost him about 20 years ago, so I've been I haven't been watching this on purpose, and I finally decided to watch it. It's The Man with No Name from the Dollars trilogy.
Sergio Leone spaghetti westerns?
Yes, I watched Fistful of Dollars. Holy shit, is that a good movie?
Do you know why they're called spaghetti westerns?
I do not.
I learned about this because I've been watching some spaghetti westerns for a podcast, and you're going to find some of those on my list. I do a podcast with my buddy Rigor. It's called The East Meets the West, where we pair a Shaw Brothers kung fu film with a spaghetti western. And spaghetti westerns are Italian westerns that were mostly shot in Spain to take advantage of the desert, but because they were pretty much all in Italian, with Italian actors and Italian directors, they got the nickname spaghetti westerns.
I get it now. Okay.
So it's a little bit
Why
racist.
spaghetti? Why not cannoli westerns? I don't know.
Cannoli was. I feel like maybe it just doesn't sound as menacing.
Yeah.
Leave the gun, take the cannolis.
Menacing either.
Lasagna
Nothing
western.
projects strength like a limp noodle. But I've been watching some good ones. I've seen a couple, and some of those made it onto my list of top 10 films of the year, which we're going to go through shortly, because we're at 8:16 now. We have some stuff. So I'm going to quickly, before we get to Bob and Leo's top 2, I'm going to give you my top 5 short films of the year, because I've watched close to 400 films this year, including shorts and documentaries.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, I'm way behind some of my friends who are at close to 6 and over 5. So next year, my goal is 400 movies.
Okay.
So I'm going to go in order. Kill Me in the Moonlight, which is an excellent film starring, oh my God, I'm losing it, Chris Salvi and Gabrielle Rasson. Fried Berry, which is an excellent short. Junkie, who we had on, and then Leo, Louis, Jesus Christ, that champagne's got a kick. We interviewed the writer-director Alyssa Batello, and then we had her on Indie Creator Spotlight to talk about the film as well, because that just dropped on YouTube in November. The Stranger, which is a short film that hasn't seen a wide release, but was featured in the Without Your Head short film festival that was all online earlier this year, directed by Jeremy Joseph Arruda, who I am a huge fan of, not only his art, but his filmmaking. He is incredibly talented. That whole family is incredibly talented. And my number 1 short of the year is one that I've been looking forward to for quite some time. That is The Priest Hunter from Skip Shea, starring our good buddy Dynamo Mars as the priest. That one won some awards I believe in the Italian Film Festival that they did earlier this year.
Yeah.
It's excellent, and it's the beginning of a series. And we had Skip on to talk about his film Trinity a couple years ago. And that's a hell of a film. I highly recommend that as well. Starring David Graziano, Sean Carmichael, Diana Porter. Based on a true story, based on actual events. Yeah, definitely check that out. So, Bob, number 2, what you got?
Number 2. So this is the character who has been around for a while, but he is in a new median, where if you remember, I think it was 2 years ago, we were introduced to Into the Spider-Verse with Miles Morales. Well, now there's a video game of Miles. I'm still in the process of playing this, and from what I've told, it's not a very long game, but what have played so far, it's very, very good. They almost seem like completely separate characters, this Miles Morales and the ones from the animated movie recently, which, by the way, best superhero movie of all time, in my opinion.
It's up there.
Yeah. If not one of the best animated movies of all time as well. But this version is a little bit different. The character's a little different. So I really like the portrayal of this guy. I love it showing how he is adapting to his abilities. And then, right as he's just starting to get his feet wet, starting to learn the ropes and everything, Peter Parker Spider-Man goes and he fucks off for 2 weeks. So he's got Miles is now in charge of being Spider-Man for all of New York for that short amount of time. So it's really good what I've seen so far. The action is just as good as the original game was. So I'm looking forward to finishing this. But yeah, Miles Morales of Spider-Man.
I'm still in the process of finishing the first Spider-Man game. I have not done that yet. But I jump around between games a lot.
I would highly recommend finishing that and doing all the DLC, even though some of it can get a little repetitive at times, but it's the kind of repetitive.
I caught all the pigeons.
That was a challenge. There's, I think, one.
That was a pain in the balls, is what that was.
Yeah, there's one mission I still haven't completed from that original game, and at this point, I'm like, nah, whatever. I can move on without it.
I also did all the radio beacons or whatever. I got all those turned on.
Yeah, I think it was the screwball missions I never finished, only because I couldn't stand the character's voice anymore. It's like, all right, let her do her own thing. I don't care.
Yeah, there's very few games that I go through and 100%. And so far there's two that I've 100%ed. One is Maneater, which is free for PlayStation 5 on PS Plus next month. And the other is Fallout 4, which I have played probably 30 times to completion over the past 4 years, and I've put more hours into that than any game I've ever played in my entire life. And I'm still finding and seeing new things in that game.
If you like Fallout 4, check out Cyberpunk.
I'm waiting till they.
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? I'm enjoying it. I know it's very buggy, but it's.
How are you enjoying it? What system are you playing it on?
Modded PS4.
Modded, okay.
Yeah, I upgraded the hard drive to SSD.
Leo's character is Johnny Mecha Balls. Like that's. Colleen said she did Witcher 3 this past year, and it was incredible. I haven't started The Witcher. I bought it when it was on sale with all the DLC. Same thing with Spider-Man and Red Dead Redemption and a few other games. So I have a lot of games to go through. And Steve says, I hated those screwball missions.
Oh, God. He knows my pain.
So, Leo, who's number 2 for you?
This one's a little odd. It is... I copied and pasted it. Where did it go? Hold on. I need to refind it. Herschel Greenbaum from An American Pickle.
See, if you had just said Herschel Green, I would have been like, oh, you're on season 2 of The Walking Dead?
We haven't checked out that film yet.
No.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like Sean Whalen. I'm a big fan. Oh, we have Steve says, heading out. Happy New Year's to all you fine dorks. Be safe, social distance, wear masks, and don't play with knives. If you have the knives, it's easier to social distance.
It's true. Knifey.
Well, thank you, Steve. We're going to be playing your voicemail very shortly, so we appreciate you hanging out. Have a good evening with your family, and stay safe, and enjoy all the octopies.
Was that a threat?
No, I was going to say octopi and octopuses, so I just said octopies.
I like pie.
That gives me an
Especially
idea
8
for
of
our
them.
next get together, though.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, Leo. I just wanted to make sure.
It's fine. Yeah, I just found his character like really, he's a man out of time and trying to find his way in the future for him, and it's I just found it a very heartfelt movie, and his character was really really down to earth, so I enjoyed it.
Colleen says, I see you've played Knifey Spoony before. And Steve says octopi.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone said, got it. I don't know who. We have to keep refreshing the feed. Oh, Steve said that. So speaking of Steve, let's listen to what Parasite Steve and Dr. Matteo had to say.
Hey, Throwdowners, how's it going? It's your buddy Parasite Steve over here from the Retro Reductivus Cephala podcast. And with me, as sometimes, is my roving reporter buddy, Dr. Matteo. Say hi, Dr. Matteo.
Hey, guys.
How's it going? So we are calling in to be a part of your big finale, your big 2020 finale. And we got our top 5 characters of 2020. And just to make sure we didn't screw this up, we did pick some characters that didn't come out in 2020, but they were characters that we discovered and that have meant something to us over this very, very plague-ridden, not super fun times a year. So, Dr. Matteo, I think you're actually ready. Do you want to go first?
Yes, please. So, for my top 5 list, I have my first one is Appa from Avatar: The Last Airbender. It is not a new show. It's from 2005. And Appa is really cute and fluffy. He's a sky bison, and he really helps them out. And Avatar is just about these kids on their journey to defeat the Fire Lord. My second one is Brea from the Dark Crystal show. Brea is really brave, and she goes against what everyone else thinks, but goes with what she thinks, even though everyone tells her no. And the Dark Crystal is just about some gelflings. Some gelflings, and they have to deal with the skeleton. My third one is Mr. Kim from Kim's Convenience. Kim's Convenience is just about this Korean family, and they own a convenience store in Canada. And Mr. Kim is the main character. He's super sweet and kind, and he acts all tough in front of everyone, but really he's just super, super sweet. Then I have Lydia from One Day at a Time. She's sweet and funny, and the new One Day at a Time. And she doesn't realize she's being funny, but it's just super funny. And sometimes she's a little over the top, but she's super awesome. And One Day at a Time is just about a Cuban family from LA. And then I have my last one is not from a TV show or a movie. It's from Fortnite. It's a Fortnite skin. And lately I've been playing that a lot. And it's called Bush Ranger. And it's like a hedgehog, but it's made of wood. And it has, like, instead of the gills, it has leaves. And it's super cute. So that is my top 5 list.
Nice. Pretty awesome.
That's a good list.
And I do want to just mention that Maddie and I just finished watching Avatar: The Last Airbender. It was really fun. We finally got around to it. And we just finished all 3 seasons. That was a great show. So for my top 5 characters, I'm going to start with a new show that's actually, it's going to be, I think it's in its 3rd season, but it hasn't hit Disney Plus yet, so we've only seen the first 2 seasons. That is the reboot of DuckTales. This was a favorite show of mine when I was a kid, And I am going to pick Gizmo Duck as my number one.
Oh yeah.
Favorite character of 2020. I loved this character so much as a kid. He's basically the Disney Duck Iron Man, pretty much, and he's just great. I love his redesign so much. I love what they did. Everything they did about the character is just fantastic, and the way he looks, he's so much more bulky, and he just is just awesome. I love Gizmo Duck. So there's that. And then from there, I'm going to go to Arthur Morgan, the main character of Red Dead Redemption Part 2, which is a game I've been playing almost this entire year. I think I started it probably around February or so. I've literally been playing it the whole year. I don't play too many video games, but this has been the one I keep going back to. And just an awesome character. Awesome main character, following in the tradition of the original Red Dead Redemption game with John Marston. And these characters that they come up with for this video game are just so incredibly cinematic and so well flushed out. I just love them to no end. And Arthur Morgan is a great new main character. From there, I'm going to go to the Mandalorian. It's like I feel like I've been in such a Star Wars mood lately because of the Mandalorian, and I really feel like all the characters, I could list out the entire show, but I think I'm going to go with Boba Fett because I've, forever loved the character, and finally we are getting justification for why we like the character all along, which is that we were pretty sure he was a total badass, even though we didn't really get to see him do much before. But now there's some substance to that really super cool looking. And seeing Tamara Morrison come back and play the character was an absolute thrill, and I am beyond excited for the Book of Boba Fett for next year. So Boba Fett gets the number 3 spot. Number 4, I'm going to go with the main character of the Watchmen show, which was on HBO, I believe. And this is Sister Knight, which is a new superhero that they came up with for the show, because this is a sequel show for those who haven't seen it to the original story, and very much a sequel to the comic, not the Zack Snyder movie.
Yes.
And she was played by Regina King, and she's an amazing character. And if you've seen the show, you know that it's perfect. And if you haven't seen the show, I'm not going to spoil anything. But she was played to the nines by Regina King. It was so awesome to see a woman, in her 40s, rocking such a physical role. She was absolutely awesome all the way through, from the second one to the literally the last shot of the show. Just really, really great. The character was actually Angela Abar, and her superhero identity was Sister Knight. Really, really awesome show. And finally, I'm going to go with a show that probably less people have watched, but
Fewer.
The show is Captain Leonard, and it's based on the Joe R. Lansdale books, of which I'm a huge fan. And I'm going to go with the character of Leonard Pine, played by Michael K. Williams. And the reason is because there are few times that I have seen a TV show or movie adaptation of a book where it did actually stray a decent amount from the source material, but I loved it so much anyway because every duck was in a row as far as their heart was in the right place. Everything felt like Captain Leonard, absolutely everything. Even when they did different stuff, even if I didn't like it as much as what happened in the book, it still felt completely correct. And I think that's why Watchmen was so good as well. But this was a character that I envisioned in my head, and seeing Michael K. Williams play this character, I mean, he is in my top 5 of all time best casting choices for anything.
That's a bold statement.
Michael K. Williams is Leonard Pine. He is absolutely perfect in the show, and he is absolutely my favorite part of it. And it's a great show all around. Definitely not my typical type of thing that I champion. It's not so geeky genre stuff, but it's a great show. It's funny. It has heart. It has a lot of action. It has it's basically set in Texas, the deep south of Texas, and there's a lot of racism and a lot of bad stuff happens to these two just kind of bumpkin best buddies, and they get into their brand of adventure. Awesome show, awesome books if you haven't read them. So there you go. That's our top fives. We've taken up enough of your time here. And we hope you guys have an awesome show, an awesome next season, an awesome new year, an awesome everything. Dr. Matteo, you want to say anything before we go?
Be safe, social distance, wear masks, and don't play with knives.
Yeah, don't play with knives, guys. Just in case you were thinking. All right. Peace.
Well, that explains the message from Steve at the end there.
Don't play with knives. Yeah, fantastic list from the both of you.
Yeah.
I kind of want to piggyback off of what Steve said about the Watchmen series.
Oh.
I am so glad that Regina King is getting her justice. Like, she's getting what she deserves. She's getting the accolades that she deserves. She's a brilliant actor, and she has been ever since she, stepped foot into the business. And people over the past 5 years or so are finally seeing that and giving her these roles that it's almost like she was born to play. She plays Angela Abar, Sister
so
Knight,
fucking good.
so effortlessly. I was totally glued to my television for that series. I loved every second of it. I ate it up. And I know there's not going to be another one, but I'm kind of hoping that there's going to be more.
But at the same time, it's perfect the way it ended.
It's perfect the way it is, but I kind of want more. So
I have to take credit for this because I watched through the Watchmen series. Because working from home, there was a lot of stuff that I could watch, like Chernobyl and this. And I was like, you need to watch these shows. And we watched the extended cut of the first movie. It didn't have the Black Freighter stuff, but we watched the extended cut of the first movie to kind of give her an idea of what was going on. Because Jeremy Irons was amazing in that show.
Yes.
Yeah, the whole thing was.
I totally forgot that happened this year.
Yeah.
It feels like so long ago. Like, I didn't even put her on my list because for some reason I thought that was last year. I should have looked it up. But yeah, I fantastic list.
I do want to catch up with a couple of comments that happened during while we were talking about pie. First time Mike said pie, but yes.
Pie is good.
Leo says Witcher is on his list to play after Cyberpunk. And I said, I don't recall, Bob, because he asked if the Dark Crystal series was this year. Colleen threw a bunch of comments up, first saying that DuckTales is a very solid reboot, and she is in love with the personalities they fleshed out for the McDuck family, and that David Tennant is a great Uncle Scrooge, and that she always thought Boba Fett was so lame because of how he, quote-unquote, died in Return of the Jedi, and thought it was weird that people loved him so much. But Mandalorian made me flip that opinion, completely, absolutely love him. And Leo said they quickly brought him back to life in the comics back in the day. And then Colleen once again said, absolutely, I'm so happy because I can't see. Oh, no, that was I'm so happy because I can't see anyone else in that role.
For Regina.
For Regina King, yeah. I do want to throw out, Colleen, if you want to read a really good book, The Mandalorian Armor. That's a great Legends novel. I was very happy with that book, and it's all about Boba Fett escaping. Like, long and short of it, like, there's a lot of crazy shit that goes on with all these other bounty hunters, but long and short of it is, like, he gets rescued by Dengar and then becomes best man in Dengar's wedding. It's really weird. Dan also threw out, he wanted to say that one of his highlights of his year was starting the Loudest Sports Show with me and Emma and Ashes and our brother Dave. So he was excited about that. And Bob, I know you'll appreciate this. He wanted to throw out a rest in peace to Brody Lee. Emma actually, Emma was devastated and cried her eyes out when she found out because she loves Brody Lee.
I don't know if I have any tears left after this week.
Especially after everything I saw and heard of with the tribute that they did for him on AEW the other day. I almost called it A&W. AEW the other day.
different
That's
guy.
a promotion I'd watch.
They threw him in a big thing of root beer, made a Brody float. Ugh. Yeah, it's crazy, but he wanted to add that in there. So, Ashes, we haven't heard anything from you yet, and I know you have a couple of lists. I want to, before we get to the top.
I get
top
to talk on
characters-
my own show.
Well, I've been waiting for you to interject. I keep eating sushi, waiting for you to say something.
I'm just eating sushi and enjoying the show. The champagne's great. It's flowing. I'm happy. I'm having a good time.
That's not a bad
right
night.
now. Our guests have been giving out some great answers to our top 5 characters of this year. Like I'm just kind of living in the moment.
It's been
This is
fun.
nice.
Like, you
I
guys
see
are good.
people. I see faces. I'm talking to people right now and not just you, Patsy.
I'm a people.
This is amazing.
I
And you're
like
not
the people.
people that I work with. I like you guys. Like, this is amazing. I'm having a really good time. Thanks for coming. And all the people watching and all the people who are going to be listening after the fact, like, thank you. I love you all. I am like at that really happy place right now. I've been drinking some sparkly stuff. I am feeling pretty good. Let's talk. Let's have
So
conversations.
give me some of your lists.
If you've listened to our show throughout this past year, you know that we've been doing this thing called Ashes First Time Watches. So it's films that I probably should have seen by now, and I haven't. And so I watch, Patsy gets me to watch these films, and I fall in love with some of these characters, and I say, oh my God, we have to cover these characters on the show. So I looked back at some of my first time watches this past year. Now, these aren't things that came out this year. However, these are things that I watched for the first time this year. So top 5 Ashes first time watches in 2020. Number 5 is Snatch. I loved Snatch so much. Brad Pitt. Oh my God. Do you like dogs? Do you like dogs? Do you like dogs? I couldn't get over him.
Bob's mind was in the gutter.
Turn that into a promo. I like Snatch. But anyways, the film was great. I thought the whole premise of it was cool. I want to watch more of Guy Ritchie's stuff. I thought it was fantastic. Number 4 is The Blues Brothers. I'm so surprised that I had never seen it. I'm kind of kicking myself in the ass for not have seeing it before now, but I feel like if I had watched it before, I wouldn't have appreciated it as much as I did when we watched it this year.
Yeah, we watched it just a few weeks ago.
Like Leo was saying, watching something that kind of reminded him of his dad. So my dad has also passed. He passed 14 years ago. Oh God, some days it feels like yesterday, and some days it feels like 100 years ago. But he was a huge fan of some of these, comedies from the 80s, and I couldn't appreciate it. I thought they were stupid when I was, growing up and stuff. They just didn't appeal to me. And now I'm kind of going back and revisiting things that I know he watched and I know he would like that he loved. And it's kind of like getting a piece of him back a little bit. So the Blues Brothers was that for me. And I mean, Dan Aykroyd, Belushi are just fantastic, but Carrie Fisher in that film.
Oh, Jake.
You don't find out her MO until the end, and the scene where she's in the parlor, the hair salon, and she's flipping through this.
Curl up and die.
Yeah, curl up and die. Flipping through this, how-to flamethrower.
It's a military instruction manual.
And then next time you see her, she has a flamethrower and she's trying to kill these two. Like I just thought.
Yeah, she blows up the propane tank. There's got to be $7 and change here.
Yeah, it was just and the chemistry between everyone and having these classic artists do these roles and sing and perform. I just thought that was fantastic. So that's my number 4.
I do, before you get to that, I do want to just say I stand by my stance that there was no reason for Al Franken to be in blackface.
I mean, yeah. So number 3 is V for Vendetta. I watched that for the first time this year. And I know that is a film that a lot of people revisit on a specific day.
Remember, the 5th of November, the gunpowder treason and plot. I see no reason the gunpowder treason should ever be forgot.
Right, Guy Fawkes Day. I thought it was fantastic. Hugo Weaving, oh my God. Like, I was just blown away. And you never see his face. He's in this mask the entire time, but yet he emotes so much with just his mannerisms and his, vocal like diction and cadences and stuff. Like, it's just it was fantastic. I was really, and we watched it at a time where there was a lot of turmoil going on here, and being able to kind of really feel empathy for these characters and what they were going through.
Especially Stephen Fry. Ooh.
Yeah. So that was fantastic. My number 2 film was Galaxy Quest. I watched that for the first time and I loved it so much. It's almost like a love letter, an homage to sci-fi conventions and fans, and not being able to have that experience this past year, going to different conventions, and not only not being able to have the fan experience, but not being able to have the vendor experience as well, being able to connect with people on a different type of level. It was really cool to see this film, and God, the cast.
Yeah.
The cast is amazing.
By
like,
Grabthar's hammer, what a savings.
Right? I was blown up. Like, you got that person, and you got that person, and you got that person. And like, I didn't even mind that Tim Allen was in it. Like it just everything.
Tim Allen was great. He was Shatner.
It worked. But like it worked. Everything worked, and
Also, what did we watch in conjunction with Galaxy Quest?
We watched the documentary that
Never Surrender.
Yeah, which is another awesome documentary, by the way. Yeah, it was just so cool. It kind of made you feel good, and the aliens I thought were fantastic as well.
We need your help.
Yeah, the way like they spoke, like how they spoke and the way they said things, I just thought was fantastic. I loved it.
Tony Shalhoub.
Yes, Tony. Oh God, Tony Shalhoub. Yeah.
A very young Justin Long.
Oh, Colleen says also need to see Galaxy Quest. Yeah,
but that's not the important thing. The important thing is Ocho says looking sexy, PJ.
That's the important thing.
That's the important thing. You know it, Ocho.
Oh God. Ocho and I are like godparents to the little green baby babushka.
Ocho sent us a care package earlier this year with a little Yoda baby in it.
Yes, and and it's a little baby that makes the sounds, like the cooing and the little babble and stuff.
Ours is weird though, because he's all like "whammy wham wham wazzle."
No,
like,
that's
Slurms McKenzie, the original party worm.
First time Mike says I totally miss the conventions, being with my fellow gaming geeks. Yeah, like it sucks. And anytime you can kind of watch something to, hold on to a little bit of that feeling, it's super cool. And my number 1, so it's not one film, it's 3. I watched the Lord of the Rings trilogy for the first time this year. I actually did it for Patrick's birthday.
Question.
And
was it the regular cut or the extended cut?
Extended.
The extended version.
I had never seen the extended version.
It was I sacrificed a weekend. I mean, not like I had much.
It was my birthday weekend.
But yeah, the entire weekend was spent watching the Lord of the Rings trilogy. I live tweeted it for those of you who follow the hashtag Frodo and Franzia, and I was blown away. I'm not really a fantasy person. Game of Thrones kind of changed that a little bit for me. My only gripe with Tolkien is that there's not enough incest. But aside from that,
Fool of a took.
aside from that, I thought the Lord of the Rings trilogy was just so well done. Samwise Gamgee is one of the most perfect characters I've ever seen in my life.
Stand by your Sam.
He's so precious. I just want to protect him at all costs. Yes, that kind of precious. Their love for potatoes. I felt
Potatoes.
I felt that deep in my soul.
There was a.
I don't think, again, kind of like Blues Brothers, if I had seen these films earlier in my life, I wouldn't have appreciated them as much as I did when I saw them. Everybody does need a Sam, yes.
Yeah, Colleen says, good job. The extended versions are the only way to watch those films, and everybody needs a Sam. I will point out there was a thing going around, and I participated in this repeatedly today. Take a Lord of the Rings quote and add bro to the end of it.
Oh, God.
So it was like, what's taters, precious bro? And you shall not pass, bro. Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall, bro.
Talk about a great
And you
cast.
have my bro.
Yeah.
I'm taking the hobbits to Isengard, bro.
But like these were so good. They were so well done. And I kind of had to keep reminding myself that this was the early 2000s-ish when they came out. At the time, the CGI was really cutting edge. And I think it still holds up for the most part.
It do.
But some of the battle scenes are just epic.
Absolutely
epic.
The computer program that they used to animate the Battle of Helm's Deep was called Massive. And it was so good that some of the human characters saw the odds and turned and ran. That's how good the AI was. They abandoned the battle instead of fighting. So they had to dumb down the AI for some of the characters so they would go and fight. It was like, when I heard that, it was like one of those like behind the scenes or making of type things. And I was like, that's the greatest thing I ever heard. Like, the AI was too good. It's like, oh shit, we're gonna die. Oh, Colleen says the same thing. Not idly do the leaves of Lorien fall, bro. I wasn't dropping no eaves, bro.
Yeah, I thought, and I watched the Hobbit trilogy for the first time a couple of weeks ago. I didn't enjoy it as much.
I'm going on an adventure.
I had more.
Who plays Bilbo?
Martin Short.
No.
Martin Freeman. Martin Freeman, not Martin Short.
I'd watch that.
She did that so often. She's like, oh, Martin Short and Dumbledore. I can't believe. Wait, no.
I'm learning.
So the three amigos go on an adventure?
No, to be fair, we had just watched Inner Space a few days earlier.
Oh, nice.
This is true.
I'm possessed.
That was another. I forgot about that. That was another good one.
Yeah, he was great in that.
Yeah.
I could have been on your list. So is that your whole list?
But yeah, that's 5.
Okay.
Top 5.
All right. So you guys, let's get your number ones because we gotta we have a bunch of feedback we gotta get to as well.
All right.
So Bob, let's go with you.
So when the shutdown first went down, like around March, I decided to finally turn on Hulu and get into the show that a lot of my friends have been telling me about, especially my Canadian friends. And that is the show that revolves around this small town in Canada called Letterkenny. Which, oh my God, the writing of this show is phenomenal.
Yes, and Jared Kelso, whatever.
Kiso.
Yeah.
He played the jump commander in 2014's Godzilla when the guys were getting ready to jump out of a plane, but he's like fully bearded and like loaded up with army regalia. I will say I do enjoy that show with the exception of the fart book episode.
Yeah, everyone told me that. Just get past that and you're good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Totally agree. That show is amazing.
What's the sister's name? I'm a fan.
Katie?
I think it's Katie. Put some clothes on, Katie. Not my forte. Unfortunate.
Yeah, from all the characters like Wayne and Squirrely Dan, just like the commentary between those three characters, usually four with Katie, just the way they bounce off the dialogue, it's just it can make your head spin sometimes.
That's what I appreciate about you.
Is that the only thing you appreciates?
Takes about 20% off the top there, Dan.
The guy who plays Squirrely Dan does this amazing stand-up routine about being Canadian and coming to the States and finding out about all the different types of Captain Crunch that we have. And he does this hilarious thing about the oops all crunch berries.
Yeah.
It's really funny. He's like, in Canada, we call it Capitan Cruche.
But guys, I've got to take off. I got families calling for me. But guys, I just wanted to sign off with that. Say Happy New Year to everybody. Patsy, Ashes, good to see you guys. Leo, good to talk to you.
Hey, nice meeting you.
I hope 2021 is a lot better than the 2020 we've had. So guys, good luck out there. That is for sure.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you,
We appreciate
Skipper Bob.
No
Be
problem.
safe, make good choices. We'll
No
see
promises.
You next year.
Play with knives.
No. Yeah, play
Daily.
with knives.
Good night.
Thank you.
Awesome. So, Leo, before we get to your number one,
Yes.
we're gonna talk about our good buddy Old Man Wade and give his list, because he tried sending it to me in a Google Doc and for whatever reason it just did not work. So I'm going to read his list, and his list starts off with the Powers homicide detectives. Dina Pilgrim. I love strong women who don't give a flying fuck. Dina Pilgrim is a perfect example of this. In a world of superpowered crime, Dina Pilgrim and her partner Christian Walker solve some of the most bizarre cases. What separates her from other detectives is Dina doesn't get scared easily because someone can topple. Doesn't get scared easily because someone can topple a building with their fist. She continues to talk her shit and close cases regardless of who and what's in front of her. Trust me when I tell you, there have been more than a few occasions where she could have been killed by the beings she was going up against and cursing out. That also adds Christian Walker. Christian Walker is one of the most honorable men in any comic book. A guy who used to be one of the premier superheroes in the world suddenly lost his powers. It's explained well in the series. After losing his abilities, he becomes a detective on the superpower beat. He isn't bitter or violent because of it. And as tough as he is, he makes my list because he's kind. His partner has done him wrong, yet he consistently forgives her. Sure, he has to eat crow, but he understands that no one is perfect. He's also helping raise a young woman despite not having to. He's just a terrific human being. Next is Why the Last Man, or 355, Why the Last Man. This I'm unfamiliar with. Said another strong woman I fell in love with. 355 was charged with protecting the last human male on Earth until Dr. Mann found a way to restart the Y chromosome. 355 was by his side. It's bad enough that everyone wanted to kill. I keep hitting buttons. It's bad enough that everyone wanted to kill or torture him. Yorick, the last male, was irresponsible and kept almost getting killed. Despite that, 355 found a way to overcome every obstacle in front of her. And she's been outnumbered, outgunned, but rarely outsmarted. She's one of the best characters in all of comic books. Her ending still brings tears to my eyes. Are you familiar at all with that character, Leo?
I am not. Sounds like Colleen is, though.
Colleen, love Why the Last Man, one of my favorite comic stories. Now, you might have noticed Ashes bouncing out of the room a moment ago. That's because I just heard a cork pop, so I know what she's doing. Oh, here she comes. Oh, this is that fancy stuff that you got the other day because you got a ton of work that you weren't supposed to get.
Yes, so I don't mean to interrupt. But
No, please.
This is a Spanish cava. So again, from my boss for Christmas, because we talk about the boozes and libations. Yeah, so this is Gran Campo Viejo cava. So it is a sparkling wine, bottled, fermented in the traditional method, and it is from Spain. Let's see if it tells me exactly Well, it's imported by Pernod Ricard, USA, New York, New York, which happens to a lot of imported wines. So it'll be imported by a U.S. company, but it is from San Sebastian, Spain. So yeah, pretty cool.
Bye bye, San Sebastian.
Yeah, no.
Wait, no.
Your 5,000 candles in the wind.
I talked about. I want my song to be 5,000 times better than "Candle in the Wind." Your 5,000 candles in the wind. I will take some more libation as well. So let's finish the last two on this list. And one of these characters is one that I am dying to find out more about. Number 2, Daredevil. This one may be cheating. I've known about Daredevil and who he was for years. This year, I spent a good 2 months truly diving into the character. I started with his late 1990s comics and kept reading until I was up to date. I learned that he's a character I'll love forever. His battle with depression was explained in such a way that it hit me in the soul. I'm happy to say that I'm now a fan. And that's a good segue into our guest that we're having on Tuesday, because our show is almost over, and I want to make sure we get to that.
Mm-hmm.
So for folks who don't know, I consider this gentleman a member of the Marvel Cinematic Multiverse, because in a movie from the late 80s, possibly early 90s, I'd have to look it up, he played the Kingpin in The Trial of the Incredible Hulk. He also played the genie in an animated version of Aladdin that was clearly not the Disney version, but came out around the same time. That's probably not where you know him from. You might know him from a little
second
series,
Princess Diaries,
or a little series of films we talked about a little earlier, The Lord of the Rings. We are interviewing John Rhys Davies, who played Gimli in The Lord of the Rings, and he played Sala in Indiana Jones. That gentleman is joining us on Tuesday, and that episode is going to drop next Thursday on YouTube and on all the podcast locations.
So it's really cool. He has a film that one of his first films, I believe.
Yeah, definitely the first film of George Clooney, Laura Dern, and
Charlie
Sheen.
Yeah.
So a film from very early on in his career is getting a release. And we've seen that a lot over this past year. Films that were filmed 20, 30 years ago, finally getting the proper release. So it'll be an interesting conversation none the least. And I'm speechless. I don't know what to say. I'm gonna have to get my shit together before Tuesday because I don't know. I'm like I'm gonna just completely like freeze up and
Well, before we finish, first time Mike says, hey guys and gals, I have to go get ready for some Discord and online Happy New Year's Eve visiting and activity. So I bid you all good night and the best in 2021. Big hugs right back at you, buddy. We love you. Take care of yourself, and hopefully we get to see you at a con next year.
Totally.
So for Old Man Wade's number one character, and again, this is a character I need to learn more about, because unlike myself, I am a big Star Wars guy, but according to Old Man Wade, I am not a huge Star Wars guy. However, I'm a fan of Dr. Aphra. She's one of the most original characters in their universe. She's not like any of the main characters with morals and such. Dr. Aphra only cares about herself. Every so often, she'll do something honorable. However, even her good deeds are for selfish reasons, so they cancel each other out. Maybe the most impressive thing is her relationship with Darth Vader. She's, a lot of bubbly. She's smart and resourceful that even he used her. She's so smart and resourceful that even he used her for what she can do. I can't wait until she ends up on a Disney Plus show. She's funny, smart, witty, and just all around awesome. Dr. Aphra is, I believe, a comic series, and she looks like she doesn't give a fuck. Like I've seen a couple of things, and she just looks like she doesn't care. She just wants to do her work, and she's like this badass scientist, and definitely a character I wanna check out. So we have a few more folks. So Leo, I'll let you do your number one, and then we can let you head on out.
Okay.
So you can spend some time with the wife and the puppy.
Sounds good. Well, this is going to be no surprise to anybody, but my number one character of the year is definitely Baby Yoda. You know, and I mean the whole series itself, you know, just so much love for like an animatronic creature. You know, they really did a great job on him, and it's just a whole series. You know, I watching the finale, I felt like a kid again. You know, and and I've said this on our other show, like tears rolling down my face. I know everybody was the same, but it was just, you know, so much love for this character and, you know, his co-stars, you know. In that video, Ashes, did you post that video of the Grogu
with Robert Rodriguez?
Yeah, dancing it around.
I didn't know that wasn't me, but I did enjoy that video very much.
Oh my God, that was awesome.
It makes it, you know, the way that the other actors involved in The Mandalorian, the way that the people on set speak about him, the way that the other actors refer to him, the way that, you know, the directors, you know, because each episode has a different director, the way that the directors refer to this animatronic character is so lifelike. Like, didn't Werner Herzog?
I would like to see the baby.
Yeah, like he had really no, you know, he didn't know the impact that this character was going to have. He's not
until
really
he looked at him.
He's not really a Star Wars person, or doesn't know much of the lore of like the expanded universes and stuff. But when he looked, like the interactions that he had with this animatronic puppet, because it was so lifelike, it made him feel things. He said that there were times when, you know, he was just, you know, being an actor and delivering his lines and doing what he was supposed to do, where he went and he cried after, because he felt pure human emotion for this little green thing. And like, I get it.
The best thing he said to Filoni and Favreau, because they were like, oh, we're thinking of like, you know, using CGI. He's like, don't be a coward. Colleen says, my 2-year-old son Odin walks around with his baby Yoda and calls him his baby and feeds and sleeps with him like most kids do a baby doll. But it's such a great show and connects so many generations, from adults to teens to kids. It's great. And I will say, you know, obviously Baby Yoda is a character that came out last year, but you found out so much more of his backstory was revealed, so much more of his personality. Like he doesn't speak, but you got to see more of his personality and his
he
inner
was definitely more vocal
workings
this season.
Oh, totally.
You got to hear more of his you know, babble, and it's almost like he was trying to say words at times. And I you know, similar to how a toddler tries to, you know, express themselves vocally, and I thought that was adorable. And you know, Patsy pointed out to me that in some of the episodes, when Din Djarin, you know, the Mandalorian, Pedro Pascal, is holding the baby, like the baby has like a hold of his thumb or a hold of one of his fingers, like, and it's those little things, those little isms that they have this animatronic puppet do that just makes it so lifelike and so endearing. I can't get over it. I mean, you know, you and I, Leo, we love ourselves. It's a mutual love for this little baby puppet, this little green thing. And I don't know, like, when I see a baby, I don't feel anything. I don't feel any type of like human emotion at all. But when I see this little thing on screen, like, my heart bursts. Like, you see, like that, like my heart just goes, you know, like
She makes that sound every time he comes on screen.
Something is there, and I can't explain it, but it's just there. It's something. So,
my wife thinks his eyes are creepy.
She is wrong.
But last season or the first season, it was more of Jen is protecting him, and this season, there was a lot more growth, and it was more him becoming a father figure, and just those two together, just it was just so much emotion this year, and just the so much growth with the character, and it's just, I know it's a little animatronic thing, but it's just it really melts the heart.
When he's going to get up to some sort of antics in every episode.
Yep.
So you kind of look forward to, like, what is he going to do today? Like, what is he going to eat now? What is he going to steal?
Whose babies is he going to, what species is he going to try to wipe off the galaxy?
But that's so on par with the Yoda species. I know some people took they didn't take too kindly to the whole Yoda eating the eggs, and so baby Yoda eating the eggs and stuff, but it's very on par with the behavior of that species.
Yeah, but
So
also now we
it.
know, like in Empire Strikes Back, the planet was probably very glad that well, actually no, he didn't leave, but Yoda was like top of the food chain.
Yeah. Exactly. Like my point exactly. So it's very, him doing that. Like, and he's just a baby. I mean, it's
either Yoda or whatever partially ate R2.
Yeah. Doesn't know any better.
Colleen dumped a couple of comments in here. First saying, those are the little motions that babies and toddlers do to give parents our extra daily dose of oxytocin. Touching stuff with a baby like that does it. And then said it was super on par with kids in general. They eat what they want, put everything in their mouths, and love the most to do with what we they love to do most what we specifically tell them not to do. Yeah, that's what kids do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But and that last episode, oh my goodness, I don't want to give too much away because it's still pretty new, pretty fresh. And
I don't want to ruin
haven't
it
had
for
the
anybody.
opportunity to watch it, but like that last episode, oh my god, it was just Niagara Falls.
Niagara Falls, Frankie Angel.
With the actions between the Mandalorian and Grogu and those interactions and stuff.
His friends call him Groggy.
Groggy, yeah. So that's that. I am on board with your number one, Leo.
Why, thank you.
We also have a message from Colleen saying, and he doesn't have any thought otherwise as to the consequences of his actions, but I thought it was great how the frog lady showed him how the eggs became babies.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to eat those giant spider eggs too.
Yeah.
He didn't give a fuck.
He just say, hey, this is food and I'm hungry. Like and kids do.
She said absolutely the most emotional scene I've seen in a long time.
Right?
Ask her. We were on opposite ends of the couch with our arms outstretched, holding hands.
We just kind of reached for each other at the same time, like, oh.
And I have tears in my eyes.
My God.
When the radar, I'll just say this without spoiling. When the radar went off and they saw what was coming at them,
he knew.
I was
He knew. I knew.
And I told Leo it was going to happen 2 weeks before.
Oh yeah.
Well, Leo, I want to thank you for joining us and spending pretty much the whole time with us. This was a lot of fun, and you got to meet Bob. You got to meet Dan and Emma. Emma, I think, stole the show.
I mean, she always does.
She does.
She always does.
But we still have a little bit more to go. We still have our top 5 lists, but you've been hanging out here for 2 hours, and I know that Megan and Riley probably miss you, and you need to drink more champagne. And
I'm drinking water, but I'll probably have coffee or something too.
Deadly Grounds coffee.
Deadly Grounds coffee, yeah.
I just put in an order today. Got 6 bags.
Awesome. I was gonna say I added some stuff on Plex, so you might want to check it out.
All right.
Ooh.
Take a look.
Something called Pixie that looks really good.
Oh.
Alec Baldwin's in it. It has a lock, stock, and 2 smoking barrels type of feel. At least from the commercial. Looks pretty good.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
Okay. Well, I will let you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you so much for bringing me on.
No, absolutely.
Leo, you are the best.
Aw.
I miss you, Leo. I miss
Same
your
here.
face.
Well,
Leo gives good hugs.
Yes, Leo gives like the best hugs ever.
yeah, I think hugs are gone now with
No, not. They're just. They're hibernating.
Yeah,
Hibernate.
that's a good word.
They've flown
Hibernating.
south for the winter.
They'll be back.
They're in New
They'll
Zealand.
be back.
And Colleen says, "Happy New Year, Leo. We love you."
Aw, thank you,
You
Colleen.
do so much for everyone. You do so much for the network. It's a labor of love, and we appreciate you.
Oh, I thank you.
Absolutely.
So happy New Year to
Happy
you.
New Year.
Here's Leo.
Cheers to Leo
What?
and Megan and Riley, who's like one of the cutest dogs I've ever seen in my life.
Yes, she is.
God. More
Uh,
puppy pictures, please.
Oh yeah, Megan's gonna be posting some. She was
Yeah,
trying to
Riley's-
get glasses on Riley, but she got a New Year's crown on her. So
Oh, cute.
I do want to just say one thing before I leave. 2021, definitely want to work on growing the network. So we're going to be looking for new shows to join. So everybody listening, if you have a podcast out there or you're looking to start a show, hit me up. But we're definitely going to be looking on growing the family in 2021 and got some cool stuff in the works. And with that, I thank you guys so much, and I'll let you get going.
All right. Have a good night, Leo.
You too.
All right. So
Yeah, the Dorkening family is a really fun, dysfunctional family to be a part of.
we've got 30 shows right now, and
Yeah,
I think I'm on 5 of them.
you're on a lot.
I'm on
Yeah.
a lot of
With potentially some other stuff in the works. So
Yes.
yeah.
So let's get into. We have a couple more folks. So we have another voicemail and another. We have 2. We have a video. It looks like. Well, let's check this out. No, it's audio.
Hey there, Throwdown Thursday. Happy New Year. I did do a top 10, but I'll bang through it fast. Number 10, the TikTok Man from Brian Keene's The Complex. The Complex is a siege film on paper. Very quick, very brilliant. It's about one day this apartment complex is besieged by an army of naked, insane people, and they seem to be led by a giant King Kong Bundy size naked man with a Hello Kitty tattoo on his right back, named the TikTok Man. Named that because his head moves back and forth. Number 9 is a character who I could see eventually becoming one of my favorite characters of all time. It's Croker, the doctor from the book Black Company. Black Company is a series of books about mercenaries in a fantasy realm. It's dark fantasy and a bit of military stuff added in. And Croker is the organization's historian and their doctor. Next up is another villain, Wong Po, played by Sammo Hung. He is the crime boss from Killzone. He's basically a kung fu version of the King. Well, I guess the Kingpin is a kung fu version of the Kingpin. He's basically the Kingpin. And if you've never seen Killzone, it's one of the greatest action movies ever. Speaking of great action movies, a film from this year is Avengement. And the main character, played by Scott Adkins, is named Kane Burgess. And Avengement is awesome. Kane is thrown in jail, left out to dry by his family, and he shows up and holds his brother and his gang hostage in their pub hideout. So it's a kind of a different action movie, but it's awesome. Number 6 is The Killer from 1997's Blood Moon. That's his name, The Killer. This is a American movie, but it's like done by Hong Kong choreographers. It's really, really good. It's on the YouTubes right now, so I recommend it. The Killer is like kind of a shadow-like character who has metal fingers that he uses to poke into people. Next up is Miles Long. He is a police officer / master vigilante / total incompetent hero in the ultra-low-budget actioner Parole Violators. I fucking love this movie.
Sounds like a great movie.
You guys, if you haven't seen it, need to see it. Next up is not a tie because they're interchangeable. It's two kung fu doing Canadian curly mullet having porno mustache action heroes named Michael and Martin McNamara, who play the leads in the film Twin Dragon Encounter. Their names are you ready? Michael and Martin. And they are amazing. They fight they run afoul a group of war game punk rock. Basically, it's a group of civilians, kind of like a militia doing war games, but most of them look like they're out of like Mad Max. It's ridiculous. Next up is Bo-Katan.
That's fair.
All of Clone Wars this year, and I thought she was a badass, or as we call her around here, Space Dominatrix. She's pretty
That's
cool,
fair.
And her arc is really interesting because she kind of seems almost villainous at first, mercenary, but really, her heart, she'd do just about anything to regain the throne of Mandalore. So I love her. Number 2 is a bit of a cheat because I watched it at the very end of last year, but I've watched it twice this holiday season, and I figured it was appropriate because it was a holiday one. But the character's name is Thomas from the film Deadly Games, which is a French slasher Christmas film, which came out before Home Alone. In fact, the director sued Chris Columbus and John Hughes because he thought his film was similar. This doesn't have wet bandits. It has a giant psychotic killer Santa with seemingly pedophile tendencies. He, if Thomas is lucky, is going to kill him. If he's unlucky, it's gonna be bad. But anyway,
Wet ass bandits.
I won't. It's like Home Alone, a little more high tech though. Thomas is fucking badass.
I'm in.
He dresses like Rambo. He's got the best mullet around.
I'm in.
Check it out. And not much to say about number 1, except Ahsoka Tano is my favorite Star Wars character, and I didn't really know too much about her at the beginning of this year when we started to tear into Clone Wars. So, I really think she's the best Star Wars character. The hindsight that they were able to have to kind of interject her into the history of the Star Wars universe, and the betrayal and the dichotomy of being trained by, imagine if your sensei was basically, turned out to be Hitler's right there, turned out to be or something like that. So anyway, that's my list. Happy New Year, Throwdown Thursday. Patrick, you're a rock star. Ashes, if you ever get sick of rock stars. Wait a minute. God damn it. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Dynamo Mars. I didn't realize how fast I was going to play. I didn't have a chance to play him in. But that was our very good friend, Mr. Dynamo Mars, who is near and dear to us and we love very deeply. He is, again, he's one of the reasons that we even have this show.
True story. Yeah.
He's a great dude. He got me my start in podcasting by getting me on episode 68 of the Trick or Treat radio show. All the boys love Larry Fine. And Dynamo was actually helped. He put together the VHS Nightmares anthology that I was a part of. One of 3 things that released, this year that I was a part of, along with More Lore from the Mythos, and of course, How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist? That is the first time that I've accurately pointed at something behind me. Normally, I was like I'd be like,
Hooray!
yeah. Like, oh, that thing that's right behind me. There it is. No, this is the first time.
You did the
right
thing.
there.
You pointed at the
that's
thing. The thing.
I pointed at the book behind me for those of you who are listening to the podcast. So yeah, I definitely appreciate Dynamo taking the time. So we have a couple more. We have one
just
more
got a message from the 13th Wolfman, Wolfie. PJ and Ashes, I hope you have a happiest of New Year's. May the next year be your happiest and merry of all. From the 13th Wolfman Wolfie. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's so sweet. I hope your year is fantastic.
Check out his YouTube channel. He goes through all these old movies. His 31 Days of Halloween was fantastic.
And not only that, he goes to dollar stores and he gets like the horror that is available on DVD, on Blu-ray at dollar stores and checks those out, which is really interesting because sometimes it's, a lot of unknown stuff, or I should say unknown to the general audience. So
even to him, he finds stuff that he's never seen before, but he recognizes that directors or actors or whomever. And Wolfie's a good dude. Definitely check out his YouTube channel, The 13th Wolfman. Let's see who. So we have James, who was on earlier, but in the middle of chatting with us, his laptop died. Well, that's why he was in the dark void.
Yeah. Oh, that sucks.
So
sorry, guy.
We're gonna run through. He just gave us quick
little synopsis.
Yeah, quick little person blurbs. And where and the character and what they're from, really quick. Because I imagine he was going to expand upon that a bit on the show with us. But first is Death from Bill and Ted Face the Music, played by the incomparable William Sadler, who played Death in the second one as well.
That film came at like a lot of things that happened this year at exactly the right time. Now, I believe you visited those films for the first time.
Yes, and we'll find that out on one of my lists.
And you enjoyed them. These are films that I grew up with. Excellent Adventure, Bogus Journey. Bill and Ted. I've revisited them quite often. So the fact that we get another film this year of all years was just so perfect. And the way that, this third film it was so wholesome and so good. And just kind of, for me personally, everything that I needed at that moment, just like a little bit of reassurance. And, it did a really good, it tied in everything that had happened with the future.
Yeah, it worked really well.
Like, I'm trying not to give things away because it came out this year and maybe not everyone has had the opportunity.
There was a character that was in it that I, after seeing the first two, because we watched the first two and did the podcast right before the third one came out.
Correct.
And so I had, it was fresh in my mind and I was like, okay, this character that they're introducing, I bet you this character is this related to this person in this plot point. And I was correct. So I was happy about that. So his next on his list is Johnny Silverhand from Cyberpunk 2077, which we did talk about earlier today. Which is, of course, the main attraction to Cyberpunk 2077, Keanu Reeves. I haven't played the game, so I don't know exactly how he fits in, but that's number 4 for James. Number 3 is Khotan Khan from Ghost of Tsushima, which I also haven't played, but I have so many games I need to play. Ghost of Tsushima, I'm waiting on. Jin Sakai, also Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima. Jesus. And his number 1, we mentioned this earlier today, Boba Fett from The Mandalorian, when he gets his armor back. And they were in such a hurry that he had time to repaint it and get it all polished up and looking pretty because they were in such a rush. So that's a good list, solid list. I'm only familiar with a couple of those beyond a passing knowledge. But we do have another voicemail from our good buddy Coop and Sarah. So let's check that out, see what they have for their characters.
Hi, Patsy and Ashes. This is Justin and Sarah B, as featured on the Hamilton episode. We are going to give you our top 5 characters They may not be the characters from 2020, but characters we found during 2020 and how they impacted us during this crazy year.
I'm going to start off with mine. I have a list of 5 of them. I'll give you mine and then number 5, Hero Kirishima from My Hero Academia. Started off as kind of a background character, but really got to be fleshed out. And he has a quirk or a power where he can actually harden himself and turn his body into like the strongest stone. And he really got through the test this season. Number 4, Bloodshot. Vin Diesel in the movie Bloodshot.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a big fan of Valley Fluids. This is the first time that they've gotten to be on screen. It's not the best movie, but it has a lot of fun scenes in it.
There's some good stuff.
Bloodshot. Number 3, Roman Sionis, aka the Black Mask, played by Ewan McGregor from the Birds of Prey. What an over-the-top performance! I mean, he acted just absolutely nuts in this thing, and it's such a surprise of what happened. So, you know, I'd have to say I would watch this movie just for Roman Sionis.
It was a lot of fun.
Number 2, I don't know if you've seen this one yet. The King of Staten Island, Scott Carlin, played by Pete Davidson, titular character.
I don't like Pete
King of
Davidson.
Staten Island. Very interesting sort of portrayal of it's semi-allegorical for Pete, and he and Judd Apatow wrote the film, and really good stuff with him and Bill Burr and all that. I really think he's a standout character. And my number 1 character of 2020 is Crystal Priestley, played by Betty Gilpin in the film The Hunt.
Yup.
Is where Affleck rich folk actually they kidnap, I want to say, right-wing political trolls from the internet and hunt them for sport. It's really out there. There's some twists in it, but I actually think this is one of the better movies ever.
Great flick.
So what do you got, Sarah?
Okay, mine go a little bit more in month order as far as 2020 went. And I'd start out with saying January would be Mickey Mouse. The biggest reason for that is before everything happened with COVID and all this craziness, Justin and I had the opportunity to visit Walt Disney World, and the mouse really knows how to put on a show. We truly enjoyed ourselves, and I think that it helped sustain us during the months of craziness that were to follow. Speaking of craziness, Joe Exotic is my number 2. He has to be a character. He
Third
may not
Tiger
always
King.
think He's a character, but he is a character in my life. And as much as we had no idea what was going around the world and happening around us, we also had no idea what was actually happening on this show. But we couldn't look away. It was like a train wreck mixed with like a deer in headlights. Like you just could not look away.
Yep.
So we did thoroughly enjoy that, and the little blips and flops that popped up with him later on throughout the year. My third is a double whammy. There is David Tennant and Michael Sheen in Staged. This was a
Good
British
combo.
production that got put together literally because of lockdown. These are 2 actors that I hold in very high regard. Of course, you know, 10th Doctor. I love him. And Michael Sheen is just wonderful in everything. And it was just really a fun portrayal of kind of what they're going through and getting kind of a sneak peek into their lives. July would have to be my big one, Alexander Hamilton.
Hamilton Alexson.
We Disney Plus got to surprise us with a July 3rd opening of Hamilton, which of course I cried like 90% of the way through, and maybe sang 110% of the time.
Same.
I will tell you, Hamilton has been a big part of our family when we were kind of hanging out together there, and that was great. And then I'd say I'd wrap it up with a December. Dan Levy played John in The Happiest Season, and he was just the most fabulous character. I love him in Schitt's Creek and everything that he's done with that, but I really thought he was a fun character in The Happiest Season, and I hope that you all have had The Happiest Season as well.
Is the best eyebrows.
No, he does.
I don't know, Peter Gallagher.
So we hope that you guys all had a wonderful 2020.
Happy New Year, Coop and Sarah.
Some of my favorite people.
Yeah, they're phenomenal. I want to just embarrass them a little bit because they sent us a little care package from Disneyland, knowing that we weren't going to get a chance to get down there. They sent us a little care package with, they got you some socks, Baby Yoda socks, sent a couple of some Star Wars pins up to us. Very, very nice. Coop is always looking out and sending stuff to people because he's just a quality dude. And Sarah's absolutely phenomenal as well. So, thank you guys for everything that you guys do. Not just for us, but for everybody. Like, you guys do a lot of stuff for a lot of people, and we really appreciate it. I think that's everybody else's lists. So now it's time to get into ours. But I'm going to do a real quick, because I had my top 10 movies of 2020, but as always, I have lots and lots of movies. So I'm going to run through mine real quick. These are in no particular order because I have way too many. Soul, Anonymous Killers, Birds of Prey, or the fantabulous emancipation of one Harley Quinn. Underwater, which I really fucking like. Army of One, Fear Farm, Onward, The Hunt, The Old Guard, Project Power, Bill and Ted Face the Music, House Sitter, The Night They Saved Siegfried's Brain, The Witches, I did enjoy that because it's one, and I love Roald Dahl. Beast Mode, Greenland, Fat Man, and Hamilton. And I want to throw out the top 10 movies I discovered in 2020 for the first time. Phantom of the Paradise from 1974, 1988 Blob, because I had seen the earlier one from 55, I think. 1967's The Producers, 1981's A History of the World Part 1, 1988's Killer Clowns from Outer Space, 1973's Alabama's Ghost, 1999's The Iron Giant, which Ashes, you got me that DVD or Blu-ray. Ghoulies from 1984, 1982's Beastmaster, which we watched with Alex and Jeanette.
That was fun.
We watched that through
Discord.
Discord, yes.
Yeah.
And Jeanette, as you know, is the artist for How Much Do You Tip an Exorcist? 1981's Escape from New York, 1982's Basket Case, the short film One Night in an Alley, which is on YouTube, and I fucking recommend watching this. It's so funny. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, 1989. I didn't care for the second one as much. Zardoz from 1974, which is probably the best outfit that Sean Connery has ever worn. The Raid 2 from 2014. And as I alluded to earlier, talking about spaghetti westerns, A Pistol for Ringo and Death Rides a Horse from 1966 and 1967, respectively. And 1978's Invincible Shaolin. Now, why am I telling you all this? Because it played into my top 10 characters. So did you do 10 or did you do 5?
I did 5 with some honorable mentions.
So you want to run your honorable mentions and I'll do my 10 through 5?
Sure. Go ahead.
Well, no, you do your honorable mentions.
So my first honorable mention is from an HBO Max series I recently binge watched and thought it was fantastic. I know it was met with some trepid reviews, but I thought it was really good. And I think so it was based on a book. I think there might be a second season of it. I don't know if there are any more books. I don't know if it's a series or if they're just going to kind of play off of the story a bit more. But it's Cassie Bowen, played by Kaylee Cuoco from The Flight Attendant.
Oh yeah, you were just watching it the other day. You were telling me that you really enjoyed it.
It was really good. I was like, holy shit, she can act. Like, she can really act. And what I thought was fantastic was she read the book, The Flight Attendant. The author's name escapes me right now. And Mittens. After reading it, it's not Mittens. She immediately talked to her agent.
Bojalian.
To see if Reese Witherspoon had bought the rights to it, because that tends to be what Reese Witherspoon does. She was in Little Fires Everywhere, Big Little Lies, which is fantastic. She reads these books. She wants to be a part of. She says, "Hey, this book can be a series. Let me talk to my agent." let me get the rights and let me option it. So Kaylee Cuoco took it upon herself. She wasn't getting work because people just kind of, wrote her off as this, campy sitcom actress. And she was like, no, I can do stuff. Like, you just need to hire me. I can do it. So she talked to her agent. She got the rights to this book and she optioned it, and HBO Max picked it up. And her only stipulation was that she stars in it. And she was a producer. Like, I mean, I'm all for a girl getting it done. So, and I thought it was great. I thought it was really suspenseful. I didn't know who done it till about maybe the second to the last episode, where everything's kind of started piecing together a little bit more. Like I said, it was met with, mixed reviews, but I thought it was great.
Okay. What's do you want to do all five?
Would you want to go back and forth?
All right, I'll go next. I'm going to go. This is a movie that I mentioned that I had just seen this year, and I had never watched before, and I watched both this and the sequel. I'm going to go with Snake Plissken from Escape from New York. I thought he was a really cool character. Obviously, Kurt Russell with John Carpenter is just gold. So yeah, I'm going to go Snake Plissken from Escape from New York, 1981, which is the same year that I came out. So that was my debut year. So yeah, I'm going to go with that. I loved Donald Pleasance. I didn't realize he was in it. I didn't realize half the people that went, like Lee Van Cleef. I didn't realize he was in it. All I knew is that he had to rescue the president, and I knew nothing else about it. So yeah, I'm going to go with Snake Plissken, Escape from New York.
So another honorable mention is from another series, a mini series of this past year, put out by Netflix. It is Anya Taylor-Joy as Beth Harmon from The Queen's Gambit.
That's a good pick.
I fell in love. I've never been interested in the game of chess at all in my life, and watching this series, I all of a sudden found it intriguing. They had this way of presenting this character and making her lifestyle seem so glamorous, but I mean, like, really sad at the same time. There was a lot of layers and depth to this character, and Anya Taylor-Joy is one of those actors who I see a lot of potential in. We've already seen her in a slew of things, and she's been fantastic.
The Vivitch?
The Vivitch. She was also in Split and Glass. She was also in The New Mutants, which I know not everyone liked.
She was pretty good.
I kind of liked it. I didn't hate it. I don't know. I thought it was entertaining. It did yeah. We'll just leave it at that. And she's been involved in some other projects. I really foresee her as a powerhouse moving forward. She carried this entire, and granted, there was, a great supporting cast, but she really carried this entire miniseries on her shoulders.
And
effortlessly.
And here's a crazy thing about her. There was an article that came out recently where she doesn't think she's pretty enough to be a leading actress, which she's definitely got an unconventional leading lady look. Like, she's not Margot Robbie or, someone like that. But she's got.
But I think that's what works in her favor.
Right. She's got, like, those big expressive eyes, like an Amanda Seyfried or an Olivia Wilde. I think she's cute as hell.
She has something. Charisma. She's got it. She's
but
got
beyond
it.
that, she's just talented. Like, she's a good actress.
Like, she knows what she's doing, and I foresee great big things from her in the future.
I mean,
she's a future Academy Award winner.
How many times have we seen it's like, oh, this girl's super pretty, but she can't act her way out of a paper bag? Like, who cares? Like what's the point? Like, I don't want to watch that. Maybe when I was 14, I was like, oh, look, she's got big boobies.
Here's the thing. Pretty girls are a dime a dozen. Like, there are pretty girls everywhere.
12 for 10 cents where Cassandra shops.
Yeah. But talent, true talent, that's 1 in a million.
Yeah, like it's not just, you can't just have a look and be untalented. You have to have a look and, be able to pull off the act. Like, I could care less about your aesthetics. Like, are you a good actor? Are you able to get into the character that you're portraying?
That's the thing. Like, I can see her being one of those great character actors. One of those actors who really just gets herself involved in these roles and does the research and does what she needs to do in order to get the job done.
Well, this is a good segue because I'm going to go with something that Coop mentioned. Crystal from The Hunt, played by Betty Gilpin. Again, not your traditional look for a leading lady. And to even piggyback on that, the main female lead from that is Hilary Swank, another woman who is not your traditional lead actress.
Mm-hmm.
Like she even played a not even trans, but Boys Don't Cry.
Oh God!
The character that she played in that, Bailey.
Yeah.
But she was so good. Like, I loved the movie. I loved her character. I loved how effortless and how smart she was. I love the way that she navigated her environment without knowing what was going on. She was able to kind of overcome the obstacles that were put in her path.
And Betty Gilpin is a great actor. She really is. I don't know if you guys have seen Glow, and I love it. And I'm really sad that Netflix, because of COVID and everything, really they canned the final season. So not only were we getting a story cut short already because they were like, hey, we're giving you one more season. So they're like, okay, cool, we can wrap our story up. But then COVID happened, and then they were like, oh, well, okay, I guess we're not gonna do this anymore. You're not gonna get a 4th season. You're not gonna be able to play these characters one more time. She, as Liberty Bell, was just fantastic. The fact that she, along with all of the other ladies involved with Glow, did all their own stunts, learned the moves, did everything, put 110% of themselves into this project. It's really sad to think about what could have been, but at least we have, the other 3 seasons of Glow.
Yeah, and I think her being able to do her own stunts really contributed to her role in The Hunt because all the fight scenes.
Well, and I love the kind of twist at the end, where you think they think she's one person, but come to find out she's somebody else, and they fucked with the wrong girl.
Yep, and that ended up being very costly to them. So, oh well. So who is your next?
So speaking of underestimating badass women, my next honorable mention is the character Brenner, played by Ellen Holman from Army of One.
Well, I'm just gonna real quick say Brenner Baker is also on my list, so you take the floor on this one.
I fell in love with this character. So on your show, the Independent Creator Spotlight.
Indie Creator Spotlight, yep.
You and Leo had and Phil from Dark Discussions had the opportunity to interview some of the cast involved in Army of One, which is an independent film. It has been released. I believe it's on Amazon Prime, I think.
Yep, and it's on VOD as well.
Yeah, so it's definitely worth checking out. It is so good. So good. We watch a lot of independent films, and some are better than others. This is one of those films that are better than the others.
Yeah, her co-star, who we also had on the show, Matt Passmore,
who played her husband in the film
from The Glades, and if you're a horror fan, you know him as the main guy from the most recent Jigsaw film.
Yeah, so her character is the first female Army Ranger, and she retires, and she's just trying to get away and go on vacation with her husband, and they are met with some resistance.
Because he gets injured in the line of duty because he's a cop.
Right. And everything just kind of escalates from there. And she needs to rely on her wit and her knowledge and everything that she has
training.
Right, I would say everything that she has learned from her training and her background in the military to survive.
It very much has a Rambo First Blood vibe to it.
Well, it does, and it just kind of shows that, you know, when human instinct kicks in, it can be deadly. You know, fight or flight is a real thing, and people who know what they're doing, like it's a killer combination. It really is. And one of the things that I loved about this was that the fight scenes were believable. Because, you know, she's fighting off all of these intruders, all of these.
She's infiltrating the group that was responsible for her husband's death, and
you know, she's trying to hold her own and make it out alive, while, you know, making them pay.
They shot her, but they didn't double tap.
You know, which always double tap. You know this if you've watched zombie films.
In the head and not the chest. Headshots are the very best.
Yes. So the way she was able to survive and kind of thrive in this environment it's almost unsettling, but it's so exhilarating at the same time. And, you know, Ellen Holman, you know, she's actually going to be in the 4th Matrix film.
Yep. That's what I was going to touch on with her fighting skills. Like, her husband was the stunt coordinator for this film and Mad Max Fury Road. He worked on that. He's worked on a bunch of big budget films. So she's, you know, they've trained together. They know how to fight. They know how to stage believable fight scenes. She's had fight scenes with Jessica Hunwick, who you would know if you watched the Daredevil series. She played Colleen Wing. And she was also one of the Sand Snakes. She was, I want to say Nymeria Sand from, she was the one who had the whip from Game of Thrones. So somebody who is also a veteran of, you know, so on-screen fights.
She's a badass person herself.
Yeah,
playing
general,
this badass character.
Yeah.
Was just like the icing on the cake. Like, it was perfect.
The fight scenes don't have 600 cuts.
And that's the thing that you guys touched base on in that episode that you did the interview. You know, the thing about indie fight scenes, you know, you don't have all of these different camera angles. You don't have the luxury of having all of these cameras on, you know, the actors in this one shot. So you can't cut to So you can't cut to all of these scenes. So I find that the fight scenes in indie films are more believable.
Yep, I said the same thing.
You know, more authentic, you know, better looking for the most part, because you don't have all of this extra fluff.
If you're watching Thor fight somebody, like, he'll wind up, and then there'll be a cut, and then he'll throw the punch, and then there'll be a cut, and then there'll be the guy getting hit, and then there'll be a cut, and it's like, oh my god, like 6 cuts for one punch is ridiculous. But with this, like, there's all kinds of movement and fights and kicks and punches and throws and stabs and shootings.
It's just, you know, everyone did their homework in this film. Everyone involved, you know, clearly attended practice, you know, because there has to be practice for scenes like this. It was just so good. So yeah, Brenner Baker, played by Ellen Holman in Army of One, is definitely one of the standout characters for me this year.
Yeah, and, you know, again, I've watched close to 400 movies this year. And, you know, so this was a little more difficult for me than it was for you. You watch a lot more TV.
But not only that, you know, for me, and this is something that we kind of touched base on in previous episodes, you know, when you see something and you like it, you're like, hey, I like this. But then when you have the opportunity to speak to the person involved in this thing that you like. And this person speaks positively about the entire experience, loves the fact that you're talking about their character, wants to talk about their character, wants to elaborate on experiences, wants to, tell you stories from behind the scenes, wants to go into, talk to you about all the prep and stuff. It makes you appreciate and love what you saw even more.
And that's the thing, like, I was watching this for the podcast, and I was watching it kind of late because, I had to work, so I had to wait until I was done working because I really wanted to concentrate and pay attention to what was going on. You came in with about half an hour or so left.
Yeah, I came home from work.
And then you sat down and you were watching it with me, and you're like, I really like this. And you immediately, as soon as we were done, you restarted it and watched the whole thing from the beginning again.
Yes.
So this movie gets a ringing endorsement from the Throwdown Thursday crew. Army of One with Ellen Holman and Matt Passmore. Absolutely. Passmore? I kept messing that up. But yeah, definitely check it out. So I'm just gonna say the same thing. I picked Brenna Baker as well. I thought she was phenomenal. Ellen Holman did a great job. There was there's some great scenes. Again, like there was a very heavy Rambo vibe that I got from that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll kick it back to you. What's your next one?
So from the same film, it is Mama, played by Geraldine Singer from Army of One.
Who was also in that interview.
And you kind of get this. So Brenna Baker is the heroine. She's the one that you're cheering for. Mama is the matriarch of this League of
Shadows.
Bad people. I mean, I'm trying to think of the best way.
It's basically they are two sides of the same coin. Mama's not a badass, but she is firmly in control of all these guys that are running drugs, running guns.
You know how some people you are physically afraid of, and some people they're not physically intimidating, but you are afraid of them because you're not exactly sure what they will do.
Kind of like a Kathy Bates in Misery crossed with The Godfather.
Someone who has spent a lot of time building respect and, building word of mouth. And building an empire. Someone who, in the respect of building respect, has created this group of men, boys, who are afraid to disappoint her.
She gives in to some of their baser urges as well, because there are several young ladies that are being held against their will, doing all the domestic work, and Mama keeps them in line by not letting. If I were to take a guess, not letting them get raped all that often, because she still lets the boys do what they want, but like she'll step in if like there's definitely a pecking order. Like the main guy is like I think it's like Butch.
Butch, yeah. Well, I believe Butch is her son.
See, I'm not 100% sure. He might be.
So I think some of these boys are her actual children, where others have been adopted by her.
Yeah, that seems about right. Maybe not adopted, but like.
Well, she's definitely like taken because she has that other son.
She's matriarchal.
She has that other son who is like he caters to her.
He's the intellectual to
right
to Butch's
muscle.
Yeah, like just brute strength. Like he takes care of the financial aspect of what's going on.
But like
Where
this,
Butch goes out and physically intimidates people.
She has this way of getting these boys to kind of do her bidding, but at the same time think that they're thinking for themselves, and she's just this master manipulator.
She's a puppet master. She absolutely is.
Yeah. And like you said, like it's two sides to the same coin. So where you have Brenner Baker, who is, you know, smarts and training and intelligence and physical strength, you have Mama, who is common sense and street smarts, and you just she's all around like intelligence.
Yeah, she
almost like psychological intelligence. Like
she has this ferocity to her.
How she knows exactly what to say to make you do what she wants you to do. And like I loved these two female characters because both were strong in their own rights. Both were feisty.
Very confident.
Both were tenacious. Sets. Yeah, both were tenacious in their own rights, but in different ways.
Yeah, they definitely approach the world from different angles, and were very confident of their place in the world, and knew that no matter what.
And again, I'm not going to say anything else because I want you to see this film. Again, Amazon Prime, Army of One. Do yourself a favor.
Buy the movie. You're going to want to watch it multiple times.
So good.
Yeah. So I'm going to go with a character that I had mentioned earlier that I had started watching Clone Wars without you, and then I was like, no, we need to watch this together because I really think you would enjoy it because you're really enjoying The Mandalorian. You're like really liking that aspect of Star Wars. So I'm going to go with a character I just got introduced to and I was unfamiliar with, and that's Cad Bane from Clone Wars, voiced by Corey Burton. Cad Bane is a super badass bounty hunter. He's super goddamn cool. He has several episodes where he is the featured player, and some of his storylines tie into the movie, the Clone Wars movie, involving Jabba the Hutt's nephew there. And I think he's one of the coolest bounty hunters. I do not know what his ultimate fate is, but there were rumors that he was in the first season of The Mandalorian. We see someone approaching Ming-Na Wen's character, and it turned out to be Boba Fett, but there were some people speculating that it might have been Cad Bane. And given how closely Dave Filoni was involved with Clone Wars, I would be shocked if Cad Bane does not show up in the Boba Fett series. So Cad Bane is my character that I'm adding on my list here. So that would be 6. So who is do you have any more honorable mentions?
I have one, yep.
Okay.
So it is 22, voiced by Tina Fey from Soul.
Yeah, we
this was a
earlier.
recent watch. Soul, so it came out on Christmas Day on Disney Plus. It is the best thing that I have seen all year.
Soul was on my list. I think it was I didn't really put anything in order, but it was one of my top films.
Pixar has done it again. You know, Pixar has this way of just, and especially Soul. Like I didn't really see much about it. I just knew that Pixar was releasing a new film, and we were spending Christmas night. We watched Wonder Woman 84, which I enjoyed, by the way.
I did as well.
You know, not as good as the first, but I enjoyed it. And I think we should do an episode on Cheetah, kind of give a little backstory on her.
Well, yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more to,
you know,
to
so that is definitely coming up. It's in the works. But after watching Wonder Woman 84, I said, hey, let's watch Soul. Like that just came out.
That was our plan.
I've enjoyed most of what Pixar has put out.
We haven't yet watched Toy Story 4.
No, and I didn't so much particularly care for the Cars franchise, but
I don't think I've seen that.
That's neither here nor
That
there.
might be next year.
Not all of them can be winners, but anyways, Soul, like it came out of nowhere. It sucker punches you in the feels, and when the credits rolled, I was just like, God damn it!
Yeah, it ends on a very interesting note.
You know, and I think it's
it ends in a place you wouldn't expect.
Really relevant for a lot of people to watch this year.
Mm.
You know, after everything that has happened in 2020, you know, a lot of things that we had never thought of happening in 2020 happening. Soul, it's just it gets you thinking. It's perfect. But anyways, 22 is this character who is naive and yet so full of life, but doesn't realize that she's so full of life.
Well, it's
until she starts living life.
It's funny because the situation, like they're assigning souls to mentors, so folks who have already passed on and are trying to prepare new souls for life. So it's like, oh, this is soul 100,900,000, whatever. And she's soul 22 because she has spent her entire existence avoiding going to Earth, and she is like made Gandhi hater and Einstein and Mother Teresa.
You know, Jack Kirby doesn't like her.
Lincoln.
Johnny Cash. You know, she has had all of these mentors, all of these, you know, icons, you know, as mentors, and they couldn't get through to her.
She refused. She didn't want to live a life on Earth because she thought it was terrible.
But you know, it just offers up so much, and it gives you so much to think about, while being highly entertaining and hilarious at the same time. Like, I cannot say enough good things about it. I will probably rewatch it this weekend because it's just been on my mind since I watched it, you know, for the first time a few days ago. There's a cat named Mr. Mittens, so you know Patsy loves it.
His name was Mittens.
His name was Mittens. His ears perked up, and he was like, "Oh, his name is Mittens."
I looked at her. I go, "What's the name of the cat? What's the cat's name? What was the cat's name? What's his? What's his name?"
Yeah.
Because her thing is not everything is Mittens, and then anytime something's name is Mittens, it's like, oh, he's Mittens.
But yeah, so if you haven't checked out Soul yet, I cannot recommend it enough. But the character of 22, you know, I don't want to say too much because it's going to spoil it.
I like her character. She's the best character in the film.
You know, definitely comedic relief, but at the same time, seeing her kind of go through certain things puts a lot of perspective. Oh yeah, the cast is great.
Questlove, Angela Bassett, Felicia Rashad, Jamie Foxx,
Diggs, like, you know, obviously Tina Fey. It's
a bunch of different people playing the Terrys.
Yeah.
Jerrys.
Oh yeah.
The Jerrys.
Yeah, the Jerrys.
There's one Terry and a bunch of Jerrys.
Yeah. Richard Awardi is one of the Terrys.
Who is also in Mandalorian.
Yes. But and that British dude who has the talk show. Why can I not think of his name right now? Oh my god, I'm gonna look him up.
Graham Norton.
Graham Norton does a voice as well.
Graham Cracker.
And he is fantastic. But anyways.
So I'm going to go for my number 5. No, number 6. I'm sorry. It's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Yeah. Dwayne and Belial Bradley from Basket Case. I got the chance earlier this year to interview Kevin Van Hentrick, who played Dwayne. This is kind of his claim to fame. Earlier this year. And he and I clicked. We hit it off. We are now Facebook friends. We interact a lot. The interview was phenomenal. I did it for womeninhorror.net. And we got to talking a lot about this. I'd never seen the Basket Case films. I watched all 3. We talked about the potential for a sequel. Yeah, he was great. I loved their characters. I loved the duality of the 2 characters, like their motivations. If you have not seen Basket Case, definitely do yourself a favor and see it. It reminded me a lot of the Richard Lehman book series of Beast House, which I would assume that's where he got the motivation or inspiration, I should say. I liked it a lot. I would definitely recommend checking it out. The whole series, there's some great characters throughout. But getting to see Dwayne and Belial, especially after our buddy Monster Zero, who has spoken so highly of this film series throughout the years, 100% check it out. I really enjoyed those guys, and Kevin Van Hentenryck was and is just a phenomenal gentleman. And yeah, so I'm going to go with Dwayne and Belial Bradley.
So my number 5 is a character from something that came out in an unconventional way.
Quibi.
Quibi. R.I.P. Quibi. Oh, so much potential. But no, we're all familiar with Broadway. We're all familiar with musicals, both on Broadway and off Broadway. I'm pretty sure you've heard the word Hamilton floating about for the past 4 or 5 years. Disney Plus picked up a recording of Hamilton that was recorded in 2016. And it was right before most of the main cast, before their contracts were up. And this character that I'm going to talk about, his contract was up, and he was actually doing another show at the time. And they asked him to come back for this recording because he originated the role, and they wanted to have all of the original characters, original people in their original characters and the roles that they originated. It is Jesus, because I'm talking about Jesus Christ Superstar. No, it's Hamilton. I loved this. So often when we see a musical and this was supposed to be in theaters, but obviously with the way that this year went, it didn't happen. Disney Plus picked it up. I'm really hoping this happens for more Broadway shows in the future. First of all, I'm hoping that there is more.
Didn't you just watch something about that?
Well, I watched, there was an NBC special hosted by Tina Fey, number 22. It was all about Broadway. It was supporting Broadway Cares, which is a foundation started in the early 90s, originally established for the AIDS Foundation. But now they are using Broadway Cares to help the thousands of actors and stage crew, stagehands, directors, concession, like pretty much anybody who's part of the Broadway experience. So many people have lost their jobs over this past year. So many people, their jobs are up in the air. They're kind of on hiatus or furloughed. They don't know if they're going to have anything to go back to, because their jobs are kind of, I don't want to say irrelevant right now, but just not able to happen.
Non-essential.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to use that word.
No, I'm not saying that's what we would say. I'm saying that's what some folks would say. They're non-essential
because
personnel.
I don't know about you, but entertainment has been so unbelievably essential for my sanity over the past year.
And not just us, obviously everyone watching this, because, for someone like me who works from home and doesn't get to go out that often.
And someone like me who, I work a lot during the week and I work out of the home. When I come home, I need an escape from that. I need to relax. I need to be able to do something. And, watching a movie, watching a TV show, having a couple of hours where my brain can just, kind of relax and be engrossed in this other world is just perfection to me. So the fact that Broadway has been shut down since March, Broadway has only gone dark a handful of times.
Yeah, and it takes a really extenuating circumstance for that to happen.
And the fact that, and usually it's only for a few days, maybe a week or two, but for Broadway to have been shut down for months is just heartbreaking, for all of these people. Not only, for us who are seeking entertainment, but for the entertainers, the people who work behind the scenes, all the everyone. And there are so many people involved in each show, and there are so many shows going on Broadway at one time. It's absolutely bonkers when you try to think of how many people are out of work right now. So yeah, this was I believe it's still on Hulu. That's where I watched it. It premiered on NBC. It's this Broadway special. They have performances from shows that are currently on Broadway, including Jersey Boys, a revival of Chicago, which is the longest running show on Broadway. Thank you, Bob Fosse. Chicago's my favorite, by the way. Mean Girls, featuring, Tina Fey helped out with that because she wrote Mean Girls and starred in Mean Girls. Oh God,
Book of Mormon.
A whole
no. I'm just trying to name ones that I know.
But just a whole slew of shows
Cats.
that had to be not cat, God, not cats. Cats not good. I don't care. Yeah.
Phantom of the Opera.
Anyways,
you get a car, and you get a car.
So, anyways, being able to watch a musical in a stage setting from the comfort of my own home was fantastic. And obviously, I'm talking about Hamilton, which is a show that I've been obsessed with for the past few years. And I am talking about the character of King George, played by Jonathan Groff. King George is only on stage for a total of 9 minutes. A couple of songs, almost like interludes between sets. A little bit of interaction with some of the characters.
A lot of da-da-da-das.
And that's it. But there is something about this character, the way that it's written, and especially Jonathan Groff's portrayal, that is just so good. The songs are different. The styles of the songs are different than the hip-hop, R&B stylings of the other characters of the show. It has more of like a Beatles type vibe to it, kind of like a 60s rockness to it.
Like a Tommy.
But there is just so much to this character, and there's so much behind this portrayal, and some of it intentional, some of it not intentional, but kind of works in his favor, like the whole spitting thing.
I was going to say
that. Jonathan Groff is a spitter when he sings, which it happens to some people. You sing, you don't have the opportunity to swallow when you're supposed to, and your saliva has to go somewhere. It just happens. Some people are sweaters, some people are spitters. It just is what it is. But it really kind of added to the madness, because King George went mad eventually. After everything that happened, King George it almost like added a little layer into the King George descent into madness, which really worked. Plus, for those of you who don't know, Jonathan Groff does the voice of Hans, I think, in Frozen. So
Hans and Franz. He is here to pump you up.
Yeah. So anyways, that's number 5.
All right. So let me move on to my next character. And again, these aren't really in that much of an order, but I'm kind of just playing off of how you pick characters. So I am next going to go with William Finley's character, Winslow, from 1974's The Phantom of the Paradise. I had heard our good buddy Dynamo Mars, who we chatted about this earlier, not chatted about this, but chatted about his top picks earlier. I've heard him talk about this movie 1,000 times, and I watched it earlier this year, and I fucking loved it. It's so good. The Phantom of the Paradise is on par for me with Rocky Horror. It's so good.
Really?
It's so good. It's so much. Like, you've seen it, right?
No, I haven't.
We have to watch it this weekend. We have to.
What are you doing later?
Yeah, right. We're watching it within the next few days because it's so fucking good, and I will definitely start the new year off watching that movie because it's so good. It's so much fun. Yeah, I'm a huge fan, and I mean, not literally. I'm a person, but I would absolutely recommend watching this.
Ching.
He plays Winslow. He's so good. That's the Phantom character, and he goes through some terrible tragedies in his life. You feel really bad for him. He's definitely a tragic hero. He's definitely a tragic figure, and it features oh God, what is her name? Jessica Harper from the original Suspiria, and Paul Williams is just a really creepy, skeezy villain in this. So I recommend watching this. It is you can watch it on Amazon Prime. 100% check this movie out, and that's why he's one of my favorite characters. So who's next for you?
So my number 4 comes from a television series, a Netflix series actually, and I believe my list last year featured 2 characters from this series. This year only features 1. I'm talking about Margaret Thatcher, played by Gillian Anderson from The Crown. Never have we seen Margaret Thatcher played so authentically since Bag of Chips portrayed her on the Snatch Game in the 2019 series RuPaul's Drag Race UK.
I am unfamiliar with Bag of Chips.
Yeah, she's great. She's fantastic.
I'm sure. I'm just...
well, actually, okay. Side note, that season was hilarious. The first season of Drag Race UK. During the Snatch Game, Bag of Chips played Margaret Thatcher. The Vivian played Donald Trump. And hilarity ensued. They were fantastic. Both just really dead ringers for the emphasis on the dead, because, Margaret Thatcher. So good. So good. Highly entertaining. It's on YouTube. I highly recommend you check it out. RuPaul's Drag Race UK, Snatch Game, hilarious.
The Snatch Game is always fucking hilarious. For those of you who are unfamiliar, it's when the queens dress up as different characters that they are, or different actors. Not their drag personas, but different characters, like Margaret Thatcher, or sometimes Michelle Visage, or, Julia Child, like random people.
Right. It's good. But anyways, Gillian Anderson, and we all know her and love her as Agent Scully from the X-Files,
Hannibal psychiatrist in Hannibal,
right? She's in American Gods. Like, she has done so many things. She has had such a colorful career for her, and she's hot. Like, she is a beautiful woman. Like, for her to not only get the voice correct, this drawn out British old voice, like, I do a horrible impression. She does so much better. But for her to, she looked like Margaret Thatcher with the prosthetics and the teeth and everything and the wig, like, oh my God. And,
Leo says thank you.
Margaret Thatcher was known as the Iron Lady by the press.
I thought that was Nicole. No, Nicole's mom.
Nicole's mom. Yeah, Agent Nicole's mom. And because of the horrible things that she did, and not saying that the royal family was any better, but the tension between Gillian Anderson's Margaret Thatcher and Olivia Colman's Queen Elizabeth is just, oh my God.
Olivia Colman is.
Oh my God. The scenes, because I mean, Margaret Thatcher was the prime minister, the first female prime minister of England.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously, Queen Elizabeth has been the queen for the past
650 years.
A long time. And she's like,
Yes,
I believe
have.
she's the longest reigning royal in English history.
Oh, I have an old craft Bible.
The tension in the room, because the prime minister has to have meetings with the queen to talk about doings and stuff.
Doings and transpiring.
Politics. You know, the royal family isn't super involved with the politics anymore, but they used to be. Like, I mean, obviously England used to be a monarchy. They got away from that, but the monarchy, you know, over time has lost more and more power. There's a lot to do. And one of the things I love about the show is it's historical fiction. So it's based on stuff that actually happened, but they take a little creative liberties, you know, when filling
Historical
in the blanks.
fiction.
Yeah, as I said, historical fiction.
As opposed to, you know, like, no, but not quite to the extent of, say, Quentin Tarantino in Inglourious Bastards.
Or Once Upon a Time in Hollywood.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he took a lot of creative liberties with his historical fiction.
He killed the fucking
No, I mean, like,
family with a flamethrower.
this is more or less on par with what we know to have happened. They kind of take some liberties to fill in the blanks. But I'm telling you, like, I eat the show up, and I don't know why. It is
You watch it a
so
lot, yeah.
delicious. I love as soon as the 4th season dropped, and you know, the actor they have playing Princess Diana, oh, that's a whole nother thing. She's not even on my list, and she's fantastic. Like that whole thing. I feel like next season she might. But The Crown, if you are not watching it, if you have any interest in seeing it at all, do it. Do it. It's so good. So good.
All right. So I'm going to move on to, so I've got 4 characters left, or 4 spots left. Let me put it that way. So 4 spots. I'm going to go with my number 4 spot. I'm going to go with Gemma from the movie Fear Farm, played by our good friend Amy Stolte. She is cold and calculating and badass, and you know, you heard the description that I gave earlier of the doctor from I can't remember her name. The doctor from Old Man Wade's Lists. Arthur Asham. Doctor. Oh, hold on. Let me pull it up. Afra. Dr. Afra. Reminds me of that because she's super smart, but she has a little bit of like Firefly family in her from House of a Thousand Corpses and Devil's Reject. She's got a little bit of that in there in her. And first of all, Amy is a fucking delight. Amy is an amazing actor to start with.
Well, she's also a really great person.
Right. She's just great. Like, we loved her in Megalodon. We loved her in Battle Star Wars. And, you know, so it was just natural that we were going to want to see her in this. And she did not disappoint. You know, I'll give an honorable mention to Emily Sweet, who's also really good in this. But for me, it was Gemma taking the cake. She had this presence on screen where she was like, you know, she tries to get the boyfriend to cheat, and then she's just kind of like, well, you know, we could have had some fun, but yeah, I'm gonna kill you. Like, it's like Texas Chainsaw meets The Shining meets the Firefly family. It's really good. Fear Farm, I highly recommend it. You can get it for like $10 at Walmart. But I'm a fan, and her character is my favorite of that movie. So we're down to the top 3 now.
Yes.
So who is Who is your number 3 character
So
from this year?
my number 3 is a grouping of characters, and some people have mentioned a couple of these characters in their list so far, and I obviously agree.
I specifically left these characters out because I knew how many people were going to mention them, but they're definitely great.
Yeah. The ladies of the Mandalorian. So Bo-Katan Kryze, played by Katie Sackhoff.
I fucking love Katie Sackhoff.
Ahsoka Tano, played by Rosario Dawson. Fennec Shand, played by Ming Na Wen, who was just, oh god, so good. And Cara Dune, played by Gina Carano.
Cool. Our buddy Rocky fucking loves.
I could not get enough of these characters this season. So one thing I love about The Mandalorian is, they do a really good job. If they're going to introduce a character, if they're going to introduce this character for one episode or, a couple of episode stints, they make you care about this character.
Yeah.
Now, I went into this having no idea who Bo-Katan is, having no idea who Ahsoka Tano was. I heard Bo-Katan, I had no clue. Ahsoka Tano, I heard the name. I was familiar. I just had no clue really who she was.
Now I know who Ahsoka was because I had gotten most of the way through 2 seasons of Clone Wars and I had seen the movie. I did not know who Bo-Katan was.
And Fennec Shand, who was introduced last season,
badass bounty hunter
in The Mandalorian, brought back this season, will be in the Boba Fett series.
Book of Boba Fett.
Which,
she was Mulan.
That was an end credit scene. Yes, and she was Mulan. And obviously Gina Carano reprising her role as Cara Dune for a few more episodes this season. I mean, they just, and especially in that last episode, like they fucking killed it.
And I without spoiling anything, this was far less contrived than the Marvel scene in Endgame. That was definitely like, oh, let's pander. This was, this makes sense.
Right. Like it just made sense. Like of course, you have this group of people. It just made sense for these women to do what they did. It wasn't out of place. It just, granted that scene in Endgame was,
it was cool, but it was definitely contrived and forced.
Yeah, but this wasn't. But it intrigued me to the point where we are now watching Clone Wars because I need to know more about Ahsoka Tano. And I know that Bo-Katan appears eventually.
Yep.
And, after Clone Wars, we will make our way to Rebels.
Rebel.
So yeah. And honestly, so we are a few episodes into the first season.
We're like 15 episodes in.
Clone Wars. And my 2 favorite characters are Ahsoka Tano and Asajj Ventress. I love the 2 of them.
Ventress is fucking badass.
I love the 2 of them. I just, so it's kind of cool to start to get this backstory on this character that I was so enthralled with during that one episode of Mandalorian.
So I'm going to go my number 3, and this is the last one that's only a single person because the rest are kind of groups. But I'm going to go with Emiramis Cloth, who is the main antagonist from the movie Anonymous Killers, and he is played by Nathaniel Gray. He is cold. He gives me, think Richard Brake from 31 crossed with Mads Mikkelsen, Hannibal crossed with Tobin Bell, John Kramer / Jigsaw. Like, he is cold, he is scary, he is frightening, but he has a specific set of rules that he always follows. He is great in that movie, and we got to see that film. We got a screener earlier this year before it launched, because our good buddy Dominic Pace, shout out to Dominic Pace, who is always one of our favorite character actors, appeared in several movies this year, including, what's his name there? Harley Quinn.
Yeah.
The scene was a little blurry and he was out of focus, but I knew it was Dominic because I always specifically look for Dominic.
He was one of Roman's henchmen.
Yes, he was. He was in the background. You couldn't see him, along with our good buddy Ego Makitas.
Yep.
But yeah, they were both in it, and they're awesome people, just in general. But Anonymous Killers is one of the better movies that I've seen this year. That was on my list of top movies that I've seen. Again, I had like 20 movies on my list, but I've watched 400, or damn close to it, like 390. And a lot of these, I haven't checked my final tally, but I'd say about 150 were first-time watches.
Wow.
So, I mean, January was almost all first-time watches. I went through just new movies that I had never seen before. And this was one of my favorites. So that's my number 3. Definitely, we've recommended buying movies a few times. Buy Anonymous Killers. This is another one where like these people are all bad, but are they really that bad? Because you get to see what drives them to the point of them being picked up by Emma Rasmus Cloth and like being chosen for judgment, like what gets them to that point. And I think I will say my favorite part of that movie is Luke Fataruso was in this, who was also in Battlestar Wars that we discussed earlier this year.
Yeah.
He plays the younger version of Dominic Pace's character, who I am totally blanking on his name. And the best thing is, like, young Dominic looks exactly like current Luke Fataruso.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they could have been twins. Like, it's uncanny. It's like, yeah, you're going to play the younger version of me, and you look exactly like the younger. Like, he looks exactly how Dominic looked at that age.
It's ridiculous.
It's nuts. But
great job by casting.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. But that's a movie you need to pick up. It's just he is so good, and he didn't do a lot of the Romero Scarinelli. That's his name. That's Dominic's character. Dominic told us that he's a very method actor. So like, even like, kind of like Daniel Day-Lewis, like he was in character almost the whole time. So he was always like in that, scary, intimidating mode. And it was really cool to kind of see his process throughout the entire production of the film. So that's my number 3. And my next 2 are collections. So why don't you do your number 2 and I'll do mine.
So, funny story, my final 2 are collections as well.
Well, your final 3, technically, because you just did a collection.
This is true. My number 2 spot goes to drag queens, because 2020 has been a drag. Literally.
Don't be a drag, just be a queen on Hanukkah or Halloween. Wait, is that how it works?
Not quite. So obviously, RuPaul has been killing it this year. We had Drag Race season 12, where Jada Essence Hall was crowned the winner. We had Celebrity Drag Race, which was a hoot. It was fantastic. It was fun. This happened. It aired at the beginning of COVID, at the beginning of quarantine, and it was something that was just nice and light and fluffy, and just feel good TV. And then we had All Stars 5, where Shea Coulee, I'm Black, was crowned the winner. She deserved it. She killed it. Season 9, when Sasha Velour one. Like I'm a Sasha Velour stan. I love her so much. But I really felt for Shea Coulee because I knew she wanted it. And that friendship that blossomed out of that season between Sasha and Shea, was super beautiful. So it was so nice to see her back. And really in fighting form. Like, she was not going down without a fight. And I thought the cast was pretty fantastic for the most part. I love seeing Jujubee back. I love Jujubee. She's a Boston girl. Ms. Cracker, I love her so much. Her review with the Jew, I love it. That's what she calls you, review with a Jew. She's hilarious, and I feel like she really sabotaged herself during her season. And the judges didn't get to see the Ms. Cracker that we got to see and fall in love with. So I love the fact that she was brought back for All Stars, and the judges got to see this really quirky and funny Ms. Cracker. And I'm almost really, I'm kind of bummed that like multiple winners couldn't win this year. But I thought she did fantastic. And then we had Drag Race not UK. UK was last year. We had Drag Race Canada for the first time, which was just it was something that happened. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. And they crowned what's her name, Priyanka, as the winner. Although I am a Jimbo stan. I love Jimbo the Clown. The Clown. I thought Jimbo kind of got the raw deal during the whole season, but and then we have Drag Race Holland that happened, and Envy Peru was crowned the winner, and I don't know too much about that, but we have a
guest waiting to hop on. He is from Amalgamania. He is the boy wonderful. He is Mr. Ian Wallace.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Oh, sorry, I turned my my speaker all the way down. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. Real busy the end of this year, but doing pretty well. How are you guys?
Good.
Doing all right. We've gone through 2 bottles of
sparkly stuff.
Well, 1 bottle of champagne,
Ooh.
1 bottle of sparkling wine. So we're on. Jesus, we're hitting almost 4 hours on the show. We started at 7. It's almost 11.
Yeah, see, 3 hours and some change. That's awesome.
This is a lot longer than we thought.
What is time anymore? Seriously.
Right, coming out of this year, let's take our time going into the next one. I say we've been through it, so let's enjoy the last couple seconds.
So I saw your comment said you wanted to talk a little bit about the Mandalorian. So what do you got?
And a couple of other of interesting characters from the last year and a half, I would say. But when you guys were bringing up the ladies in a Mandalorian, I was glued. I really am loving the diversity and the fact that they're using the ladies' characters, and like Patsy said, not really so much like the Marvel movies where it was kind of like you kind of knew what they were doing, and here it was just like you had these badass ladies just kind of doing their thing, and they're just where they need to be. And I like how they brought Agent May, or I forget her name, Jing Mei Na, or from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Ming Na Wen.
Ming Na Wei, sorry, I couldn't remember her name, but I like how they brought her over, and it's been a really awesome development as far as the ladies on that show. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that, and if possible, we could talk about some of the other characters I liked and enjoyed from the last year or so.
Oh yeah, please.
All the characters from The Boys. I wasn't a big fan of the comics. I didn't know much about them, but getting into this show, I kind of fell in love with just how raw they were, and like that flip side of what it could be like if people had superpowers and it was like a real thing and all of that. I really enjoyed the series a lot. I would say out of all the characters, Billy the Butcher really had me going for a while. I liked him a lot, and it was enjoyable to watch him do his thing. And also a lot of the characters from the Umbrella Academy. I enjoyed them as well. I thought that was a great show. Number 5 is my idol. I can't wait to see what do. Yeah, he's awesome, isn't he? I can't wait to see what they're going to do the next season. And this is just some of the characters that came off the top of my head. I didn't get a really chance to do a whole top 10, but any of the characters from any of those shows, I'm all in. So.
Well, I mean, I definitely appreciate you hanging out because you've been waiting for about 15 minutes for us to get to you and get you onto the show. So I appreciate
no
you hanging out.
worries. I was enjoying you guys, doing your thing. So no worries.
No, I know you're a big comic guy. You've been reading a lot of comics this year. Are there any comic characters that kind of jumped out to you, or maybe some reimaginings of some classic characters that kind of caught your eye?
Oh yeah. Oh wow. As far as comics are concerned, I kind of love the direction they took the entire DC universe in general. How Rebirth kind of started, and then they kind of revamped the characters. They did the whole Dark Knight's Metal, and they're kind of bringing it back to that old George Perez kind of feel. I like the direction DC's going. So, like, as far as reimaginings are concerned, I like the way that they are revamping their characters and how they're bringing them back down to the brass tacks characters that we kind of all grew up with and enjoy. And then you can kind of still tell the new stories using those same characters. And then the spin-off characters, your Robins, your Superboys, and all of that. It's all going in a pretty good direction. So I'm really interested in seeing what's going to be next as far as that's concerned. On the Marvel side, I would say the X-Men. I love what they're doing in the X-Men camp. I'm glad that they kind of whittled away a lot of those gold and blue and red teams and kind of just brought it down to like the main mutants, kind of gave them their own area in the Marvel universe and kind of set them apart the way they should have been this whole time. And it's just been kind of an interesting journey to see where the X-Men are going. So as far as reimagining, seeing Professor X and Magneto on the same side, kind of just deciding what to do with all of mutant kind is a long time in the making. And it's been an interesting ride to say the very least. So definitely in comics, I would say the X-Men and most of what they're doing in the DC universe is kind of awesome.
I like that. I like the fact that, it's, you've had these characters for, 60-ish years, and, you've kind of reached the limit of, how many back and forths can you have with Charles and Magneto, or, even one of my favorite characters, you kind of brought it up, at least as far as an aesthetic standpoint, the Batman who laughs, like in that backstory, that shit is dark. Like,
isn't it? The whole Dark Knight's Metal, I think, it was a sleeper story. It reminds me a lot of Brightest Day, Darkest Night. Like, I don't think people are going to realize how great it is until a little bit later on. But yeah, definitely. The Dark Knight's Metal kind of paved the way for a lot of changes, a lot of good changes in the DC universe.
And I love the way he looked with the spikes going across his eyes. Like, ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. Definitely a Joker you can respect. And it's funny that they used Bruce Wayne as the base character for that same personality. But it was still, it spawned a lot of great other shorter storylines and other things as far as Dark Knight's Metal is concerned. And now that they're doing the second continuation of that story, kind of explaining a lot more about that entire DC Dark Underverse and all of that, I can't wait to see what's going to come out of that, because I got a feeling that we're going to see some characters that weren't, like the Spectre and a couple of other characters that weren't really, spotlighted in Rebirth. I think they're going to get a chance to kind of resurface during this whole dark undertone. And Justice League Darks, I think, is going to have a big year too, given everything that's going on. So it's just going to be a wild ride.
I mean, not to mention the whole Doomsday Clock thing where they reset the entire universe.
Wasn't that awesome? I think that was the best decision DC made this year, outside of kind of just kiboshing a lot of their movie projects and starting, from scratch. I think that the best thing that they could have did was the Doomsday Clock. It took a long time and it was pretty long-winded, but the DC universe needed an anchor, and it needed to kind of be reset and kind of started over. And that's pretty much what you got, and with a pretty good explanation. And then they bring the Watchmen characters in and kind of leave some of them in the universe. And it's just, that was so clever. And although, like I said, the storyline in and of itself was pretty long-winded, it was a great idea and a great maneuver. And I think that we're going to see a lot more ripples to come based off of that event later.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think we're going to see some really interesting and fun stuff happen going forward. Maybe, some classic storylines reimagined. We had the death in the family, the death of the family. We had
Right.
There's a lot of different ways that they can take this stuff, and they might start doing what Marvel's doing and kind of tying in their cinematic universe with their comic universe. Although it's weird when you have like 7 different Batman franchises.
Right.
Where do you go with that? I mean, there's already enough Batman content. Like, how many times are you gonna show like a new storyline for Batman? And it's like, well, here's maybe they're gonna do Into the Batverse. Maybe that's what's gonna happen.
Right, it'll be Bat Pig next, and something crazy like, and again, like we were kind of mentioning with the X-Men, I think a lot of these expansive characters need to be whittled down some. So hopefully we'll see that. Like, start utilizing these villains a lot more. Go with the more gory horror kind of side of stuff, and get rid of some of these heroes. We don't need them all. Like Heroes in Crisis, how like Wally West kind of killed everyone who was there. And like just how that all worked out towards the end. I thought that was so dope that they kind of just took that risk and got rid of some of the more B-list characters. And like, I just think they need to take more risks like that. And I think that if they do, they'd be amazed at the room that they'll make for some of the characters that they can create. And I think that's the biggest thing in DC is just taking those risks. And it seemed like they're starting to do that. So hopefully they continue on with it. It's great reading. I've been enjoying it.
One of the things I'd like to see them do is, it worked so well. I think for like, it's a weird take on it, but the Old Man Logan storyline where everybody decides like, why are we still fighting the same heroes over and fucking over again because we always lose? Like, let's switch up. Like, let's see the X-Men take on the Sinister Six. That would be fucking crazy. Let's see Spider-Man have to fight Magneto. Like, I had a comic book, I think it was drawn by Eric Larson back in the day, where Spider-Man took on Dr. Doom, and he absolutely got wrecked. Doom wrecked him. It was awesome. Like, Spider-Man's doing all this shit, and Doom's just like, all right, you're annoying, and just blew him through 2 things.
A lot of people end up in that position with Doom. They kind of just show up thinking, they're going to topple him like the Fantastic Four does, and he shows his true colors. But those are some amazing crossovers. I'd love to see the Sinister Six and the X-Men, or even, some of the Avengers villains like Kang, or some of the more space villains come after the X-Men. I think that would be, interesting writing as well. And who knows? Maybe they might take, cross over some of those characters. I never understood why, after, they kind of whittled down the 616 universe, that they didn't do that. Especially with the Ultimates and everything, kind of just have these crossovers that you can readily explain. But it's like, I don't know, they haven't delved into it, but that would be awesome to see some of those crossovers.
You know what I want to see? The crossover I really want to see? The Brood versus the Xenomorphs.
That would be something. That would be something. I don't think all nerds everywhere is ready for that. That would be kind of crazy, because it's like it's an alien story kind of based off of, you can use Marvel for it, like would be the base of it, and it would be just like you can add any characters you want in it. Like if you want like space characters and where it's set and how it would all play out, that would be kind of dope.
Fucking throw Wolverine and the Predator. You got to go take down an alien hive with, the Brood. Like, that shit would be nuts.
I'd love it. I would love, and then it seems like they're not doing a whole lot with their more cosmic characters. I haven't seen a whole lot since the Infinity Watch and all of that happened. Like, they've kind of been real quiet with their more universal characters. So I'm hoping that we see a lot more of the Stranger. What happened to the Champion? Where did he go after the Power Stone was removed from him? And what's he up to?
And Thanos' quest.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to know like what happened to some of these more powerful celestial beings that are just out there. And it's like Marvel's been keeping them on the tuck for a while. So I would love to see something happen where they kind of emerge.
Now, we didn't get a chance to ask this of anybody else, but we got through your top list fairly quickly. What is it that you're looking forward to in 2021?
Wow.
Any movies or anything jump out at you? Like, are you down for the Snyder Cut? Like,
I've heard a lot about it, but unfortunately, DC Cinematic Universe has left such a horrible taste in the mouth of most of the fans. And it's like hit or miss every other movie, and it's been a really rough ride with them. So, am I looking forward to seeing the Snyder Cut? Yeah, it would be great. I'd love to see it happen, but I don't. I mean, you know, whatever. Like, I'll get around to it when I get around to it. Like, I don't think it's going to be something that I'm, you know, gung ho about seeing. You know, they've been teasing it for how long now, and it just seems like a little too late. And with the, you know, Batman project going 4 different ways, and then, you know, COVID happening and Robert Pattinson not really being able to do his thing. It's just like, I don't know what DC Universe is going to be doing. The Wonder Woman 84 movie was not the worst of their projects. I think that they're going in a direction. Shazam was pretty good. You know, they got. Say again.
I said Shazam was excellent. I gotta watch that one again.
Yeah, it's pretty. I like it.
Colleen says, I feel like when we have more young fans and writers being given the chance to author some actual comics, that these crossovers will be given light. I mean, and some of these.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, some of these, like the Batman versus Predator, the Superman versus Alien, like the Batman versus Alien, like some of those crossovers were fantastic and they were so well done. Like I have the Batman versus Alien comics and they're excellent. I have it like in a hardcover like collection. It's really cool. And if you already like Marvel already has, you know, the Brood and the Clintar, you know, so they have that that kind of xenomorph like combination of characters, but they can get so many more, like get some of these like really cool characters involved, like, you know, a Venom Xenomorph combination. Like imagine a Xenomorph queen with a Venom symbiote.
Oh wow!
Just start laying eggs everywhere and like
laying. Like, and how cool would that be in the cinematic universe?
I don't think we're ever gonna see that in the cinematic.
Yeah, that would be way a lot of effort for them to do. I would love to see it though. It would definitely.
I feel like because, you know, DC, the comics themselves has this capability. You know, they have this capability of doing all of these crossovers. If they could bring some of that to the cinematic universe, it might revive the cinematic universe and make more people aware of not only what they're doing.
You are preaching to the choir, Ashley. You are preaching to the choir. When I saw the Masters of the Universe and DC crossover, I was like, why is this not a movie? Like, why the hell? Who wouldn't want to hear this story? Like He-Man versus Superman. I mean, I think it would be a big thing for the pop culture scene in general. And then they're already doing the comics, so why not just even an animated movie would have been, because DC animated movies have been like bonkers since inception. They've all been good. I've not seen one.
Are amazing.
Agreed.
One that was bad.
That is the one thing that DC gets right versus Marvel. Marvel has the cinematic universe that they get correct. DC not so much, but DC with their animated films, they just more hits than misses.
I will say, even some of their comics that are slightly different, like Superman Red Sun, the animated version. Holy shit! That twist ending.
It was better. It was actually better than the graphic novel, because I read the graphic novel and seen the movie, and like play by play, it was like, this is what you wanted the graphic novel to be. You know, it was just set to animation, but it was amazing. And
especially it was the twist.
Oh yeah! At the end, oh absolutely.
Yeah, it was. It was so good. It was so good. It was one of those, you haven't seen it, but we'll have to watch it. Like, the way it ends is fucking amazing.
And I wonder why they don't release more of these animated films in the theaters.
Because people aren't,
I don't know.
People aren't going to see it. Like, Killing Joke didn't do well. And Killing Joke, I saw that in the theater, and we watched it here because I bought it, because I really liked it. I liked that story. But how much extra shit did they have to throw in there just to make it 80 minutes long? They put in half an hour of
here's the thing.
Bonds.
Like, I love Gotham by Gaslight.
Oh yeah, you
Oh,
do.
is
That was a good movie.
right. I
But that's a long-running
absolutely
series.
would have seen that in the theater.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
There's a bunch of these that I would see in the theater, but I think their issue is they're very prolific when it comes to the animated stuff, and
Or
they
maybe
had the DC,
maybe do a twofer.
Well, they had the DC streaming service, and they were trying to get people onto that. But the DC streaming service now is nothing. Like there's nothing on it. It's on HBO Max, so all that DC stuff is on HBO Max.
Right, but
And
maybe do a twofer. You know, maybe instead of trying to make these animated films long enough to be feature length, maybe give audiences 2 films in one.
Well,
they used to have this. I
Colleen
forget
just
the
said
name
Killing
of it.
Joke is a great story, but I didn't think it was in the film.
Oh yeah, no, I would for Killing Joke. The book was way better than the animated film. But again, like you said, Patsy, they kind of added a whole bunch of stuff that they didn't need in the first place. And had they would have just told the story kind of how the book was written, it would have came out a lot better. But like adding the whole, Batgirl romance with the goon, and her and Batman having this side thing going, kind of just it threw it all over the place. And that's another thing with DC. They combine these storylines sometimes into one thing, kind of like Ashes was saying, but not, I don't think in the way Ashes was saying, like instead of like giving them a feature length film where instead of you're making one movie, make 2, they take like 4 storylines and put it in one movie kind of. And that's what happened with the Batman Dawn of Justice. It's kind of like they just said, well, let's just tell 3 of the different stories of how Batman and Superman got into a fight, and then we'll kind of just add some other stuff in there and make it a thing, and it's like you can't really do that when you have people who follow these things and kind of pay attention to what's going on in them. So it just sucks that they don't take the care to kind of do what you said and kind of string them along where they make more sense. And I think that's why it seems so haphazard and jumping around all the time with their movies. It's just you can't follow what's really going on.
Yeah, and Colleen said she kind of agrees with us. She said mostly because a lot of what made it great was how the story was told in very telling stills and panels by the artist. Like when the Joker shows up and shoots Barbara, like that series of drawings.
Oh, it was
panels, like the way it was, like her falling through the table, and then Gordon later on in the fucking funhouse there that the Joker is running him through, like seeing all the pictures on the TV screens as he's going through it. Like there's stuff that you can put in the comic that you can't put in the movie, and having Conroy and Hamill go back and forth at the end was really cool, but the ambiguity of that final panel with the Joker and Batman, like, did Batman kill the Joker? Yeah, see, Colleen says exactly the panel I meant. See, we're on the same page. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that. No, I was listening. I just laughed when she said exactly the panel. That's the one I was thinking about. The one where Joker and Batman were the last one, where we don't know what really happened, and I was just wondering why they didn't just give us some kind of closure at that. Like, if not make them team up, then have them kill them, or just answer that question. And just they left us on the same cliffhanger. It would have been nice to get some closure on that.
But see, I like that. I like the fact that you're not 100% sure what happened. Did Batman finally snap and kill the Joker? Or, is it just like their laughter faded in with the approaching sirens of the police cars?
Okay.
What would I prefer the ambiguity. I would rather have that be open-ended and I can interpret my own ending as opposed to, especially where this is like a one-off story. He gets into the whole like one bad day thing. He gets into the whole like his wife dying, but like he's still expected to perform as the Red Hood. It's such a good story. But yeah, I'm with you on that. Like I would rather see some decent animated stuff, because there are plenty of storylines that they could animate into full-length features. Most of the stuff we get is around 80 minutes. And I get it.
Right.
Animation takes a long time. So, I don't know.
Who knows? We'll see. It's a brand new year, so hopefully we will be able to, count on some amazing things coming out of the DC and the Marvel camps. I love them both, and who knows? Maybe we'll see a little bit more coming out of the indie camps too, Vertigo and Dark Horse, and let's bring back some of those guys too. I would love to see a Tank Girl animated film. Like, give me something like
some of the Power Ranger stuff that's been going on.
Oh yeah, Shattered Dimensions. Yeah, let's get a Shattered Dimensions Part 1 and 2. That would be dope. Yeah. Who knows? We'll see. I mean, we've seen a lot of bad things, so hopefully this year we'll see a lot of good things. Who knows?
Yeah. Well, Ian, I want to thank you for dropping by and joining us. We're gonna let you go so we can finish this up, so we can go finish eating our sushi and watch. Ring in the new year, because like we said, we've been doing this for about 4 hours now at this point. So.
Well, you guys enjoy, man, and thanks so much for having me. And
thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
No worries. I'm glad I got to spend some time with two of my favorite human beings. So you guys have the rest of your night and enjoy your New Year's, and enjoy your sushi too.
All right, we will. You have yourself a great New Year, buddy.
Yeah, much love to you and all of our friends at Amalgamania.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, take care, buddy.
All right, you too, man.
All right, so we've got that was awesome that he showed up.
Yeah.
I kind of feel bad. I was on a different tab and I didn't notice he was there yet. And I do thank Colleen for coming back and joining us. Colleen said Happy New Year to Ian.
So before Ian joined us, I was in the middle of talking about my number 2.
Yes, you were.
Answer
So
and
let's
my drag queens. So I talked about some brew girls. I'm going to talk about some non-brew girls. The ladies and gentlemen of Dragula. They've really been killing the game. And the Boulet brothers put out a special around Halloween. It's almost a feature film-length special on Shudder of all places, which is the perfect home for them.
Absolutely.
A resurrection series of all of these drag queens who have previously been on seasons 1 through 3 of Dragula, kind of like a redemption for them to, showcase their wares, showcase how much they have changed since their season.
All-Stars?
A little bit, a little bit like that. But yeah, All Stars is a competition. I mean, this was also a competition, but it was a showcase for them to participate in a few challenges and earn a spot on the next season of Dragula, which will come out eventually. And this is something that aired during COVID. It was filmed during COVID, and they used all of the proper precautions, and they actually allowed each individual to pretty much do everything from their own home.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of that with you. I thought it was
really interesting. It was really interesting, and I loved the fact that they picked. Well, there's one ultimate winner, but they also picked a second person to return to another season, and in this redemption arc, and I thought that was fantastic. And speaking of Dragula, Bitch Pudding, the second season winner from Dragula, she was kind of the first queen to take to the interwebs and start doing these digital drag shows that have become so popular over quarantine and COVID. Mm-hmm. She took to Twitch, and
where we're broadcasting now,
and got all of her friends together, and they each made a video to participate in this digital drag thing. And going back to what I was saying earlier about the formidability of some of the entertainers and the people and stuff, during this time, the reason why drag queens are my number 2 spot is because I have found a lot of comfort and solace and entertainment in drag queens this year. And it's because, through their social medias, through these digital drag shows, whether they have made it onto Drag Race or from the comfort of their own home, showcasing, bringing you entertainment. The Jinx and Dayla holiday special that we
so
watched
fucking
on
good.
Hulu, both Rue girls, which was just fantastic, featuring Varla Jean Merman, who is just...
Which was also a big influence for our variety show.
Yes, a huge influence for our variety show.
So thank you.
And just being able to have the opportunity to tip these ladies, and we also had RuPaul's Vegas review, which was shut down because of COVID, but they had I believe a 6-week mini series type thing where they showcased the girls and their quest to make it onto the Vegas stage, and that was really cool. So drag queens have provided a lot of entertainment this past year. They continue to provide a lot of entertainment, and they need your dollars. So tip your drag queen through Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. They take it all.
Drag queens are definitely one of our most precious natural resources.
This is true, yes.
I fucking love watching RuPaul stuff, and I love watching the Boulet brothers as well. Before I move on to my number 2, I just want to point out that Colleen says Ian is good people. And Colleen, I hope you are crushing some Chinese food right now. So if you want to let us know what you're having, what your favorite Chinese food is, I'd appreciate that.
Crab rangoons.
Well, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Colleen.
My answer is crab rangoons.
We got sushi this evening, and there is the place that we got to when I went to pick up the order. There was a woman who ordered a crab rangoon roll, which I didn't know they had, and if I did, we would be trying it right now. Well, earlier or at some point. All right, so my number 2, and I'm going to go with number 2 because I didn't really put these in order, but the reason I'm going with this as my number 2 is because this is one of my favorite movies of the year, and if you haven't seen it, I highly recommend it. And Leo and I interviewed the directors for this film as well. And that film is Fat Man, starring Mel Gibson, Marianne Jean-Baptiste, and Walton Goggins. And those are my 3 characters from this movie. Mel Gibson is essentially Santa. They call him Chris the whole time, Chris Kringle, and his wife Ruth, Marianne Jean-Baptiste. And Walton Goggins is credited as Skinny Man, which obviously
the fat man and the skinny man
makes him Mel Gibson's foil. And some of the stuff we were talking about, he has a very Walton Goggins' character has a very it's a very Tarantino-esque film. But I guess according to the directors, they wrote this film. They're brothers. They wrote this film 20 years ago.
Wow. So
before anybody was really putting Walton Goggins into their films. Obviously he was, again, tying back to the Firefly family. He was in House of a Thousand Corpses. He was in Poor Devil's Rejects. I forget which one. But either way, Bill Moseley shot him in the face. He was obviously in Django Unchained. He was in Hateful Eight. He is a quality actor. He is really good. He was one of the main bad guys from Ant-Man and the Wasp. Walton Goggins is great in this movie. He definitely has this air of danger around him, or about him, I should say. And if you haven't seen it, it's definitely, it's 100% a Christmas movie. It's not Christmas adjacent. It's literally a Christmas movie because Mel Gibson is Santa. He's also in House. Oh, Stephanie watching. Hi, Stephanie. He is in House. She's checking in with us.
Happy New Year, staff.
Yeah. Happy New Year to Stephanie, who was able to chase down some golden kiwi. It was an 8-mile trip, but she was able to obtain the golden kiwi at the end of the trip. So she splurged and had 2 of them, which I agree. She says, Happy New Year, y'all. Stephanie is a delightful human. Who said, hey, dudes? Somebody said, hey, dudes. And I don't know. Oh, it is Stephanie that said, hey, dudes, Happy New Year. Okay. See, on the stream, we can't see. It just says Facebook user. And Stephanie says it was worth it for those kiwis. I agree. They looked really good. But Colleen says, as far as switching from super healthy food from kiwis to Chinese food, Colleen says, "Oh man, so much Chinese food. Crab rangoons for sure. I got extra boxes of them. But egg rolls and beef teriyaki are my top 2." And she said her place is Meat King Garden in Brockton/Bridgewater because she lives far out that way. But yeah, we're gonna have to send her a copy of Wolfman's Got Nards.
Oh, we will.
She was super nice about. She gave us a TV when Zombie wrecked our TV.
Yeah, some of the great things that happened in 2020.
Zombie
our cat broke our TV.
Zombie smashed the smart TV that we got, and Colleen was like, "Well, I have an extra one," and Colleen is an utter delight. My only regret is that it was during COVID, and it was the first time we were meeting her, and we were unable to give her hugs.
I know.
It was her
it's
and
horrible.
Penelope was joining her. But yeah, I'm definitely glad to see Stephanie in the chat. Stephanie, if you want to drop in the chat, drop some of your favorite characters of the year. We'll get to those in a moment while we're wrapping up. I'm going to wrap up my number one.
Mm-hmm.
My number one is a group.
Okay.
And if Jenny Esme was watching, she would be very proud of me because, or if Rigor was watching, he would be very proud because my top 5 are the 5 Venoms. Now, the Venoms are actors from Shaw Brothers films. Now, Shaw Brothers is very similar to like Warner Brothers, but I used to joke like, oh, it's the Shaw Brothers, Rick and Scrim. Yeah, Colleen says the desire to hug was huge. Yes, we are hugging
big
people.
time.
So the Shaw brothers, like I said, I used to joke that it's Rick and Scrim, the Shaw brothers, Rick Shaw and Scrim Shaw.
Mm-hmm.
But the Shaw brothers is very similar to it's a production studio like Warner Brothers, Yakko and Wacko. So the 5 Venoms, they are in a lot of these different movies, like some of the ones that I mentioned, like Invisible Shaolin or The Kid with the Golden Arms or Masked Avengers. Like these are all really good movies. Or The 5 Venoms, which is kind of where they get their name from. But I'm going to shout out to Lo Meng, Philip Kwok, Lu Fang, Chang Sheng, Sun Qian. These guys are fucking awesome. They do amazing martial arts work. You can definitely tell that these are sets, but the martial arts work they do, it's not over the top type stuff where like everybody's on wires. It's not like a Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, or even to a lesser extent, the fight against the Crazy 88 in Kill Bill, where there's a lot of wire work and stuff. There is some. And one of the things that if you listen to the East Meets the West podcast that I've gotten a chance a few times to join Rigor on, some of these characters will suffer like horrific mortal wounds, but live just long enough to deliver some exposition. Like, oh, it was this guy, and then they'll die. Like they got killed. Like they get stabbed 65 times, and like,
oh, it was
Joe.
Oh.
And they like one guy. I think it was the first one I mentioned there, the Invincible Shaolin. Like they scrawled a message in blood on the guy's back, and he managed to run like 30 miles and then just died. Like it was crazy, but like I've seen one movie. I think it was the Masked Avengers, where they get, which is named completely wrong because the guys wearing the masks are all bad guys. They're not Avengers; they're bad guys. A guy gets stabbed like 6 times with these axes by 6 different dudes, and he manages to like get back to his friends and tell them what happened and then immediately die. Like, it's ridiculous.
How convenient.
But the martial arts choreography, all these guys did all their own stunts. A couple of guys actually started off doing like dance. They did like opera and ballet, which is slightly different in China, especially in the 70s and 80s when these movies came out. Oh, we got Jenny Bean watching. Hi, Jenny. Happy Canadian New Year.
Jenny
I don't know.
Bean.
You guys celebrate Thanksgiving differently too. I don't know if you celebrate New Year's different.
I think the New Year is the New Year.
It's like Universal New Year.
Yeah.
All through Canada, all at the same time. Universal New Year. But thank you, Jenny Bean, for watching. Say hi to Goobs for us. So yeah, like these guys, they're incredibly talented. They're funny. Like there's definitely like, you know, they have these great personalities and they play off each other really, really well. Which is why like they're known as the Five Venoms, even though like they have a bunch of different movies where they all star. But like sometimes one of them will be a bad guy and two of them will be a good guy and two of them will be neutral. Like it's really cool. Like they have this different dynamic where they can play different characters each time and still have that same type of chemistry. And it shows in their fight scenes because the fight scenes are fucking phenomenal. Because all these guys are highly trained and they've worked together for so long, and they're not just actors, but they're also stunt coordinators and fight choreographers. So, and they work together for years and years and years and years and years. And I want to say Lo Meng. Lo Meng was in the Ip Man movies with Donnie Yen.
Oh.
Like, so he's been around for a while. So if you ever get a chance to watch any of the Venoms movies, do yourself a favor and watch it. My only complaint is that since they're all in Chinese, they're dubbed. And some of the voices don't exactly match. Like you have these guys like, I'm a big tough guy. Like, look at me. Ha ha, I'm Mickey Mouse voice. You know, like it's really weird. Like the voices don't match the actors.
Mm-hmm.
But if you can get past that, which it's fairly easy to do because the stories are compelling and the characters are really cool, do yourself a favor and watch some Shaw Brothers films. They're excellent. I'd never seen any of them until a couple of months ago, and watching them for this podcast, I'm really glad I did. So who is your number one?
So if you know me, my number one should come as no surprise based on the memes that I've posted throughout the past 6 years. This year has hit quite hard.
Is it Mittens?
It's not Mittens. Shut up. You're fucking Mittens. Yeah, the cat's name and soul is Mr. Mittens. Yes.
I've not seen Kingdom yet, Colin.
But anyways, this year I've been, like a lot of people, kind of rewatching, revisiting some things that makes us feel really happy. And there's this one series that makes me feel really happy. And unfortunately, this series ended this past year. And fortunately, it's now in completion and we can watch it ad nauseum, which I have been for the past 9 months. I'm talking about the characters of Schitt's Creek, in particular the Rose family. David, Alexis, Moira, and Johnny Rose. David Rose, played by Dan Levy. Oh my God, I just spaced on his last name.
Eugene Levy, Daniel Levy.
Yeah, Johnny Rose, played by Eugene Levy. Moira Rose, who I aspire to be. I'm pretty sure I'm turning into her. portrayed by the incomparable Catherine O'Hara, who is a godsend. She's ethereal at this point. She's perfect.
Do you want to hear a fun Catherine O'Hara fact?
Yes.
Macaulay Culkin is now older than Catherine O'Hara was in Home Alone.
Wow. You know what? Good for all of them involved. And Alexis Rose, played by Annie Murphy, who you see her in interviews, and she's so cool, and her voice is so different, and you're just kind of like, how can you play this person? And she goes into her kind of like thought process about her mannerisms and stuff, and it's just so perfect. But this final season, oh my God, my heart, like especially that final episode, I was in tears. I was in tears for most of this season, and that last episode, I cried tears of joy. I cried tears of, what are you doing?
There. Would you like a hot beverage?
Oh, go to hell. It was so beautiful, and it's so perfect, and the way that the characters have ended up, it's in a way that leaves room for something else. Dan Levy has said that he's not opposed to maybe doing a movie or like a short couple of episodes to see where the roses are at eventually when the time is right, and when he has something written that feels right. It's not that they wanted the series to end, it's just that they felt that it's always good to go out on top, which, I mean, obviously they did. They swept the Emmys, and what was fantastic was
They're janitors.
What?
They're janitors.
Well,
They swept at the Emmys.
What was fantastic was, when they were all giving their speeches, and I mean, granted, the Emmys looked a little different this year. Dan Levy tweeted out that Moira Rose won her Emmy, and I fucking lost it. I thought, obviously the speech that she gave, Catherine O'Hara, obviously, is who I'm speaking about. The speech that she gave was on par with something that Moira Rose would give, but it was just everything. The entire cast, including Patrick and Stevie and Roland and Jocelyn and everybody else, like the entire town of Schitt's Creek. It was. They created something special. And it's not one of your laugh out loud comedies. It's not one of your something that, makes you, I don't even know what I'm trying to say at this point. I'm a little drunk. But it has so much heart. So much heart, and there's so much heart in the writing, and there's so much heart in the acting and the delivery, and you can tell that these people really loved each other, and it shows. And in rewatching the early seasons and rewatching the entire series, which I have done ad nauseum this past year, it just makes me feel good. And I know that this is a series that is up there in my top 5, probably top 3, maybe even top 2 at this point, series of all time. Number 1 will always be Sex and the City, but number 2 at this point is Schitt's Creek. I don't know, like, these people, they ended the 6th season different than they entered the 1st season, and each character of the Rose family has gone through this arc that is so beautiful and so redeeming and so real at the same time. And that's something to be said about the writing. The writing is so brilliant, but you know, the actors that they chose to portray these 4 titular characters, I just
It was a perfect choice.
you couldn't pick anybody else, and you know, it's left a lasting impression upon me personally. I know. I feel myself, Moira Rose has kind of become my spirit animal, and I feel myself turning more and more into her every day.
Mora and Mora.
Mora, yeah, Mora and Mora. But it's just so beautiful. And this is a series that, I mean, although it ended this year, has really gotten me through this year. And I'm so grateful for it. You know, this little show that started out as this, you know, Canadian underground show that has become this cultural phenomenon. I'm so grateful for. So, you know, the Rose family takes my tops off.
I can understand that. You've been watching that over and over again, and as Colleen just pointed out, it's truly fantastic. Though I've only seen a few episodes, you have just made sure I follow it all the way through.
You know, it's worth sticking with it. And I've said this to a lot of people who, you know, they're like, oh, I'm a few episodes in and I'm not really sure. Like, it's not a belly laugh out loud comedy. It's
cerebral.
Smart. It's in the writing. It's in the little details. You know, it's in the rewatch value on this show is very high.
I'll probably give it another chance.
You need to, because I need to talk about these characters on this show. Like, I need to. If you don't, I will find somebody who knows about these characters, and I know people who know about these characters who would love to talk about these characters.
Okay.
We'll but it's you grow to appreciate these characters. You appreciate the characters' evolution. You grow to care about these characters. You know, get through that first season, and before you know it, you're invested in the second season, and then before you know it, David has met Patrick, and from then, not you,
not me, different guy.
But it's just, let me tell you, when you get to the point where David Rose meets Patrick,
yeah,
that whole thing that happens is just so incredibly beautiful and just so cool to watch. And, you know, the other characters go on journeys as well. It's just, get to that point. Stick with it to that point. And it's like when David meets Patrick, that is when the show really knows what it is, what its purpose is, and what it's trying to do. And I guarantee you will love it.
Well, this has been a really fun episode that we've done tonight.
It's the first, I don't think we even really mentioned that. It's the first live Throwdown Thursday. I mean, I know we've done live before. We've done stuff through the Loudest Sports Show. We've done stuff through the Cocktails and Creators thing that we do sometimes.
Yep, we've done a bunch of live
but
episodes.
This is the first live Throwdown Thursday.
Yes, and the audio and video will be up later for folks to listen to. And I want to thank everybody who stood by and watched, Phil and Colleen, obviously, Stephanie for jumping in, Leo and James for trying to join, Skipper Bob, Emma Extreme, and Dan. That was awesome. And Colleen says, I love you guys. I love you guys live. You do such a great job. We love you too. Live or Memorex, it doesn't matter.
I swear to God, when this is over, we're going to drink together and it's going to be fabulous.
Yes. But yeah, I want to just thank everybody, because I'm not going to remember who everybody is, because we've gone through 2 bottles and I'm so tired now. It's 11:30. We started this before 7. Before we were ready before 7. So thank you, Jess. Jess was in earlier. Jess is great. Who else was in here?
Tony was here.
Tony
Angel
was one of the
was
first
here.
ones.
Thank you to everyone who stopped by. Thank you to everyone who left feedback. Thank you to
Coop and
everyone who
Dynamo.
wanted to stop by but couldn't. Thank you to everyone who wanted to leave feedback but couldn't.
Boss Rush Mode, Parasite Steve with Dr. Mattio.
Mattio, one of my favorite people.
Yep, a lot of our favorite people were in the audience and on the show tonight. So Coop and Sarah, I don't know if I mentioned them.
But
looks like Charlie just jumped in. Charlie, you jumped in at the end, but thank you for checking it out.
But here's a cheers to 2021. And we are kicking it off with a bang. Join us next week when we are joined by John Rhys Davies from The Lord of the Rings, from
Indiana
Princess
Jones.
Diaries, Indiana Jones, a slew of other things. The biggest guest we've ever had. I'm so excited. Yes, I am wearing the Cersei Lannister crown, Colleen.
That was her Christmas present from me.
Yes, I have been wanting one for so long. My motto in life. Oh, and powerful Brandon is here too. Yeah, I've been wanting a Cersei Lannister crown for so long. My motto in life is WWCD. What would Cersei do? And the answer usually involves wine or wildfire.
Wine and
wine is more readily
usurping
available.
the crown.
So
But
yes.
yes, to answer Colleen's what question? Yes, John Rhys Davies will be joining us next week
to talk about a film that he filmed
Grizzly 2
in the 80s.
1982's Grizzly 2, which is just being released
next week. It's crazy. I know. Last year was weird. This next year is going to be weird. It's going to be fantastic. So we have him on the line for a little bit. We're going to maximize our time.
20 minutes,
We're going to ask him some fantastic questions. You are not going to want to miss next week's episode with John Rhys Davies.
It will be both, like I said earlier, it will be both podcast, so you can listen to it the way you normally do, but you can also tag me. I'll need to see 15 alarms. Set 15 alarms.
Yeah,
Oh, we didn't tell the story of how this happened.
Okay, tell it real quick.
So I'll tell the story real quick, and then we're going to end the show because I'm tired and we have more sushi out in the living room that we need to eat.
More stuff to drink.
Libations. So I got a random email, not to the show, but to my personal email a couple of months back, asking me if I would be interested in the documentary The Orange Years. And the first thing I thought of was like, no, I don't want to do a Trump documentary. That was the first thing I thought. But being as thorough as I am, I opened up the email, and it was, who just said dope? Brandon. Yes, it is dope.
Right.
So I opened the email, and it was a documentary about Nickelodeon, which, again, is available on demand, and you can buy the DVD and the Blu-ray. Do it if you ever watched a Nickelodeon show when you were growing up. This is like the behind-the-scenes stuff. They talk to Keenan and Kel and
Danny Timorelli, Lori Beth Denberg.
I almost said Sarah Michelle Gellar again. Melissa Joan Hart and Larissa Olenek and Mark Summers and all the writers and the directors and the guy who did Doug Funny, Jim something or other. Jim Jenkins, yes. And we had a great time with them, and it must have made quite an impression because the same person emailed me again like, hey, we have Grizzly 2 that's coming out. It's Charlie Sheen and Laura Dern and George Clooney's first movie, and it's, been 40 years since it was filmed, but it's coming out soon. Would you be interested in a screener? Also, there's a potential for John Rhys Davies. And I was like, yeah. And we got the confirmation the other day. John Rhys Davies will be joining the show. And for those of you who are Star Trek folks, if you enjoy your Star Trek, tune in to the Indie Creator Spotlight, which will be live at 8 o'clock next Tuesday. Leo and I, with Phil, will be interviewing, along with the director of the new movie he's in, we are going to be interviewing Michael Dorn, who you folks might know as Worf from Star Trek The Next Generation. So next week is a huge week. Tuesday is going to be nuts for me. I'm going to be podcasting from like 4 until 9:30. So this was good practice.
So long story short, the Dorkening Network is killing it, and you should be following every show on the Dorkening Network. If you're curious as to which shows are on the Dorkening Network, you can just go to thedorkening.com and find out.
And for those of you who missed it earlier when we had Leo on, last night on the Indie Creator Spotlight, and I'm sorry, on the Dorkening podcast, the regular Dorkening show, was Stan Bush, who did the songs, you might know him from the Kumite song of Bloodsport, and
You Got the Touch,
and Dare from 1986's Transformers. So Colleen says, oh my God, guys, what the fuck?
And
So
odds
shooting
are-
off 2021 with the biggest bang, and Brandon, get the fuck out of here. Yeah, those are our shows for next week. That's all on Tuesday. I will
That's
say
just next week.
I will say with a heavy heart, I did reach out and I was told that at this time, Nick Cage is not interested in doing any podcasts. But I did hear back from his representation, which is a huge step because there's no reason that they had to get back to me. But they did, which means my foot is in the door. And we got Kex watching! Kex!
Kexy baby.
Kex Machine. Kex, thank you for joining. We are actually about to end the show, but we will reiterate one more time. Next week, John Rhys Davies on Throwdown Thursday. Michael Dorn on Indie Creator Spotlight. So much awesome stuff coming up for you guys in the next couple of weeks, and we are kicking the New Year's off with a huge kablameration. And I just want to thank everybody.
2021, it's going to happen.
I just want to thank
It's gonna
everybody
happen.
for joining us and everybody for taking the time. We've got some more feelers out. Kex says, Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's to you,
New
Kex.
Year's, sweetie.
I'm so glad you're feeling better and you're looking very healthy, and I'm very glad, and I can't wait to see you again.
Right? I can't wait to see you at a convention or at a friend's house.
Or your
and
new place.
Right? Give you a big old hug.
I want to see your cats.
Right, Rupa, honey.
Rue and Teddy. But we're gonna wrap this show up because it's been 4.5+ hours. We're tired, and Colleen has to finish her Chinese food. We have to finish our sushi, and we have a couple more bottles of wine, and I'm gonna pass out until the next decade.
So I think with that being said,
We will see you next Thursday.